Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Proctor and Meadows. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proctor, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. And how's everyone today? Today is Thursday, May 8th, 2025. And we enter the Matrix on day 12 of the re-persecution of Karen Read. Welcome, welcome, welcome. YURIY Bukhenik will be taking the stand today, I have found out. And so if you haven't seen this trial before, get ready for one smarmy SOB. Will he throw Proctor under the bus? Will he? I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see because his testimony at the first trial was wild. I just would like to remind you, as a reminder from my friend, moderator, amazing retired police officer, kindergarten cop, aka Scott, that there are some dirty nicknames for YURIY, and those words are blocked in the chat, so please don't put them in there. Try and keep them clean because we've got kids that watch and 95-year-old moms who like to watch true crime, and so we try and keep it clean. I want to show you two things. The first thing is from yesterday's morning walk outside of the courtroom. Karen was speaking to the media, and of all the things that happened yesterday, including Jessica Hyde not being able to confirm that the 227 search did not happen, and in fact saying in her original report in May of 2023 that it was unknown why Hosslong to Dying Cold had a 227 search. This is what reporters chose to ask her when she was walking out of the courtroom. Well, I guess I should
have more of a reaction.
It would help if I turned the volume on for you. Okay, let's try that again. Back to one. Here we go.
Karen, you or Jen McCabe, any reaction to that clip?
I'll have more of a reaction when you hear the whole thing in context. That was 7 seconds because there was a lot of context.
Well, tell us more about it.
You'll see. Their case is almost over, so you'll see.
Yep. That is what they chose to focus on. It's either me or Jen McCabe.
Vinny and I were talking about the statement last night about the broken taillight. Yes. Where exactly did you see it? Did you see it at your house or did you see it at Meadows?
I saw it at both places. So when we left the hospital, Karen wanted to see the children. And so my son drove us to Meadows. When I got out of the car, I saw it. And then when I had a cup of coffee and left there, we cleaned off the back and I saw it as right here. And so I know what I saw.
So there was still red left?
Oh, absolutely. I would not have driven that car, all right, in the blizzard conditions that were present that morning, early afternoon, with anything of serious impairment. I just would not have done it. I mean, I was still very active with Bentley University at that time. I could not have ever risked any type of, citation for, reckless or improper driving during those conditions. So I know what I saw.
Can we expect tomorrow any indication who's going to be next?
I know who's going to be next. I think I know who's going to be next, but
Tell us.
I can't tell you.
Law enforcement, another expert?
I just don't. Well, listen. I'm a straight shooter, but I can't shoot on this one.
That is Mr. Reed, Karen's dad. Amazingly kind, generous, loyal father who's been standing beside his daughter for the 3 years that this has been going on. Did I miss something? Did I fall asleep under a rock? Because when did Bill Reed ever say that he saw the taillight? Where did that come from? Bueller? Anyone? Where did that come up with? You see a lot of chatter about the sneaker. The sneaker thing has been talked about for a year and a half, maybe more. Well, at least since the last trial when they pulled that sneaker out of the bag. I'm sure the defense team is on top of it. And they know all about it. So everyone who's emailing me and telling me to watch this video, watch that video. Remember, I've been doing this for almost a year and a half. We've been through every theory there is known to man, and you can bet your bottom dollar the defense knows about it. There's ring footage of him looking at it. Did they ever bring that up at the last trial? And did he ever say that to the media? That's why I'm confused. That was nothing. Because remember, I drove to the bus yesterday and then I got stuck there and then we ended the stream. So the last thing that I saw when I was driving, heard them play that clip of Jen McCabe. I mean, of Karen Reed saying, it's either Jen McCabe or me. And then I don't remember any clip being played of Mr. Reed saying that he ever saw the taillight. But maybe he'll be called to the stand and he'll testify about it. He said, I never would have driven that car if it had a shattered taillight. Thank you to the viewer who sent this to me because this is an old clip and I have been looking for it and I could not find it. So thank you. A lot of people don't like to be named, so I will not name you. But this is a clip from January 29th of 2022 when the media came on the scene. Remember, Trooper Connor KEEFE said yesterday that the media showed up when they were searching for the taillight pieces and on their scavenger hunt and the sneaker. This is footage from that day, from when the media showed up. So remember all of those suspicious people that were there, the 5 randos or the 4 randos plus Tully? Watch this footage. We're going to slow it down a little bit after he talks. Oh, I had it slowed down. Hold on, let me put it on real speed for a second. Okay, here we go.
We now know that the body of a man found outside a home in Canton is that of a Boston police officer. Officer John O'Keefe, who was off duty, was found dead on Fairview Road yesterday.
Okay, here's the SERT team with their shovels. Remember they said they had shovels? Okay, here's one guy with a shovel. I guess we can assume he's on the SERT team. But look at this guy walking with the lantern. Remember Trooper Connor KEEFE said they had those hats on with the miners lights? Okay, is this one of the randos that they were talking about?
Yesterday morning in front of a friend's house. State police were at the scene last night investigating this. At this point, it's not clear how he died. An autopsy is set for tomorrow. O'Keefe was a 16.
Here you go. 2 guys walking over with their shovels. Is this the flagpole right here? How far is the flagpole from the curb? Does anybody know? Because this is on scene in the dark when they first started searching, the SERT team did. It's not even their job to look for evidence. That's crime scene services. Crime scene services was never called. At least 12 feet. So why did they tell us they were only searching at the curb? Isn't that what he said yesterday? Definitely not fresh snow. It sure isn't. And remember, they were only there for about an hour, right? So it's not like they dug this whole thing out in an hour. Keep going.
Year veteran of the Boston Police Department. The department.
Here's a whole bunch of people on scene. Who's this guy in the red jacket right here? Here's another guy with a shovel. All they got to do is find out whose cars these are. There's all these cars parked on the street. I'm going to zoom it in a little bit. Who's this rando with the red jacket on? And the guy he's talking to. And all of these cars that are not official police vehicles. Here's another guy with a shovel on the left-hand side of the screen.
Department released a statement on the death of Officer O'Keefe, which reads in part, John will be greatly missed by his friends and colleagues here at the Boston Police Department as we send our heartfelt condolences to his family and loved ones during this difficult time.
And that's it. I'm going to play it again on slow speed. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted. Hang on.
Found dead on Fairview Road.
All right. Let's play it now on slow speed. And I'm going to mute it. So there's no audio because he sounds like a spirit when he's talking like that. Okay, here we go. And this is this coverage was from WBZ Channel 4. They're the ones who reported that sources say police have ring camera video of the incident. Why did they wait until it was dark to start searching? Right, random reporters. Anything could have happened in the 8 hours that the scene was left unsecured. Anything could have happened. Any kind of taillight could have been thrown there and later swapped out with actual pieces of Karen's taillight. Think about it. It doesn't matter what time the car got to the Sally Port. Think about the fact that Jen McCabe said that when she went to the O'Keefe house on the 30th with Kerry and dropped off one of Kerry's kids or Jen's kids or something, that the car repairman was at the house. Is that interesting? And wasn't this also Channel 4 that was at D&E Pizza? Right? And they said, tell him the guy never went in the house. Ask some questions. It could have been any taillight that they found. Everyone had access to that evidence. Nothing was ever secured. Stop and Shop bags, for Christ's sake. Solo cups. You think they couldn't swap out a couple of pieces of taillight that actually came from her car? Okay, here they go. They're walking over. I mean, they shoveled right up. And here again. These other guys, randos. Don't really know who's there. There was no log of who's there. How far would somebody go to save their family? The mafia doesn't exist, but if it did, those families know how to keep secrets, to keep people out of jail, right? I'm just saying, so many people don't want to believe that corruption exists and that things like this can exist and be covered up. I'm here to tell you from my 30-year plus career, including handling the Catholic church cases here on Long Island for 50 or 60 men and women who were abused as children by clergy here. That secret was kept for decades. For decades. Oh, here's something else I noticed. Right. Also, thank you for pointing that out. Whoever's talking about the cars in the driveway. Let's go back. First of all, this one looks official. It's got lights on it. There's a car here. There's a car in front of it that maybe looks official, but there's other cars parked on the street. And it was a blizzard. So remember, you're not allowed to park on the street when there's a blizzard. And that's why Lucky Lochran, the plow driver, says he drove around he didn't plow the street, and he didn't call in the fact that there was a Ford Edge parked on the street in front of the Albert house because he knew the Alberts since they were all kids and he didn't want to get them in trouble, right? Listen. Here, look at the cars in the driveway. Remember, this is on the 29th. So this car, I don't know whose car this is right here, but it's covered in snow. That car had not been moved. The one to the right of it doesn't have as much snow on it as that one does. Looks like there may be a third car parked there. Unsure. But also when I looked at this earlier and zoomed in on it, it looked like that second garage door was open. So look, let me show you this. This is a live same day view. Okay. So as we zoom in on the garage here, this door to the left of the first garage door is the door that goes into the garage. There is another door on this breezeway that they call the side door that goes into the, I don't know if it's the family room or the kitchen area. So if during one of those phone calls that Jen McCabe had with John, she said, oh, come up to the side door. He went up to the side door. He's never been there before. Maybe he goes in this door to the side and that's the garage. Maybe something happened in the garage. Maybe somebody met him outside in the driveway. Nobody else seems to have seen Higgins' Jeep parked in front of the mailbox, right? In fact, Higgins says it had a big plow on it and he plowed the driveway when he got there. Really? A plow in the driveway? In not even an inch of snow? And do you remember Lally asked him specific questions about, oh, when you went to get back in your car, when you left, which way was the plow facing and was it up or down? Remember all of those questions about his plow on the front of his Jeep? Those questions have never been answered. So it's just something to keep in mind. Hopefully the defense points it out to the jury. Because Karen said she dropped him at the driveway and he went up the driveway. And if Jen McCabe's Yukon was parked in that driveway, that's a very tall car. If John walked to the left of it, that would explain why, and ran up to go in the door, that would explain why the people in Ryan Nagel's car never saw him. Because he said she was like something like 100 feet ahead of them. Right? It's all reasonable doubt, my friends. It's all reasonable doubt. And that, in my opinion, is what the defense needs to focus on. God save the Commonwealth. Oh, and they've already got Yuri. Hang on.
Thank you. I don't want to read anything about this case since we left it. Everyone said no, I should check it. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls YURIY Bukhenik.
Here we go. This is going to be good. He's going to say that he was the co-lead investigator and that Proctor, let's see if he even mentions Proctor. He's bringing all his evidence.
Please, the clerk.
You solemnly swear the evidence before the court and jury of the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, he says good morning to the jury.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is YURIY Bukhenik. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Spell Yuri.
Mr. Bukhenik, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back
Did he get a promotion too? Asking for a friend.
Before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school,
Anybody know what high school he went to? He's a local too. Tell me, because I know you guys went to high school with him.
I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
Yeah, break up 9/11. Good idea.
Finish this next one. Go ahead.
My friends and I decided
Stoughton
to
High.
serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance. And as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type
Need to know.
situation.
Why would you leave that job to come and work for the Massachusetts State Police? Why would you leave presidential detail and top security? Oh, look at that poop-eating grin on him. Look at that.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement in Massachusetts. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned
Or unless the district attorney tells us not to really investigate, we do that too.
that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We followed the evidence, we followed the information that were provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious there was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that
Only within 16 hours when Proctor decided to pin it on the girl. Solve that one real quick. You'll hear about it.
go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony. Or
it's a really dangerous job. So don't you think if you found a dead cop on another cop's lawn, you would go inside that house to make sure nobody else was dead in there? Right? If nothing else than to protect yourselves from a potential perp that could be in the house, you'd clear the house. I don't know. Seems reasonable to me. But we won't get to hear an expert testify about reasonable police procedure because of Kim Jong-Kanone.
Or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there is an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to
we're not in the real world.
A scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper, and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen. Or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
He was a supervisor.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
John O'Keefe was not pronounced dead until 7:50 a.m. Why were they even calling them?
This is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Just in case?
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that. And
He never says he was a police officer. He never said, he said there was a man. There was a man unresponsive in the snow. There's a man PS out in the snow. The better answer would be, I knew he was a police officer and I wanted everybody down there to get all eyes and hands on this. But no, he didn't say that.
the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department?
Well, that's really interesting because you are assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office, and don't the Massachusetts State Police and Canton PD know where every cop in the county lives? I'm just spitballing here, but my guess would be yes. And Proctor probably would have told him because Proctor's lifelong friends with them like a second family. Really? Had no significance to you? It's a little early for the button, but here it is.
The address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, it would be we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we received, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow.
Okay, so at 9:15 a.m. when he got to Canton PD, that's when he took possession of John O'Keefe's phone.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of
A loose familial connection between the address and Canton PD. Oh, you mean the homeowner's brother was a Canton detective, whatever the hell he was? Kevin Albert worked for Canton PD. Look at him distancing himself. Yeah, loose familial connection between Boston police officer Brian Albert, who owned the home where the dead body was found, just a guy, just a man, and a detective at Canton PD. Loose familial connection. Could anybody have scripted that better? Listen to that again. What about the connection between Proctor and the Alberts? Did you find out about that?
we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
I'm sorry.
Has that happened?
I know I've stopped a lot so far. I know. Out of abundance of caution, not that there was anything improper about a police department with the brother of the homeowner's brother on the police force. Are you flipping kidding me? That is the definition of a conflict. That is the definition of a conflict. They will minimize this as best they can. And remember, the defense is not allowed to have an expert come in, Michael Easter, to talk about proper police procedure, what a conflict is, when they should have recused themselves, why that nothing should ever have been brought to Canton PD. That's been denied by Lady McBev. So now these guys can say whatever they want because there's not going to be an expert to come in and refute all of the nonsense that is spewing from this man's mouth right now. It's infuriating. Listen, not that there was anything wrong with that. No big whoop, no big whip, no biggie, no biggie. We do what we want here.
But shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that that morning?
I can't.
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation
Just the
assistance
interviews.
with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
What team are you
And
playing
you
for?
were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not
Fact
ruling out people as
finding.
much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I need to see what exactly
Gotta put eyes on him.
the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
Not at the station.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would
O'Keefe.
approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now,
You didn't go to the scene though, did you? You didn't think it was important to go to the scene? You didn't think it was important to go to bring the witnesses down to the station to record the interviews? Or to even have them sign a statement? No, none of that was done.
you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not.
How
No.
about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes. 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us
Treacherous.
45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good.
Driving conditions are treacherous, and you're afraid of Turtle Boy. Right. Got it.
Sandwich should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to.
Here's the thing. She wasn't a defendant at that point, was she? No, she was Karen Reed. His girlfriend had been discharged from the hospital, not the defendant. The fix was in. The fix was in.
Defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not. No.
Oh, because he didn't like that.
Did you have a
You
chance
see his bias
to
already.
enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
Where are those photos? Oh, I see. So you bring crime scene services to the hospital, but were they too busy to then go back to the scene to find the evidence? Did we ever see crime scene services photo of John O'Keefe photos? Because I remember only autopsy photos.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding.
He was dead.
There were a series of
Dead men don't bleed, Yuri. Did they forget to teach you that in medical school?
cuts. There were a series of cuts and bruises
There were no bruises.
to the right arm, which
There were no bruises on his arm, but he's throwing that in there gratuitously. There were no bruises.
extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm.
You know what's so funny about that? There's no photos of the inside of his arm. Did you lift his arm up? Did you take photos of the inside of his arm? Because I've never seen them.
There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile
Something
of
funny?
clothes.
Something funny,
in the-
Mr. Bukhenik? Is something funny about this? Because that woman over there, that your partner or your insubordinate called a whack job C word, who he wished would kill herself, is facing life in prison. You think something's funny? Look at him. It's disgusting.
The extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are...
Crime Scene Services was there. Why didn't they take the clothing? You put all the clothing together, soaking wet, into the same bag? Ed Wallace, has your head popped off yet? Did you get his socks too? Because the socks were on his feet in the photos. They weren't on the floor.
Looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it.
What?
That's the reality of us breathing in the.
Oh, he's trying to make this sound so traumatic for him. You're tasting the clothing. Hold on. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. We got to listen to this again.
Moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are,
Touching it?
unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
What about in the
was
house?
the
Did anybody
missing
check?
sneaker
Did anybody
significant
check
to
to
you at
see
that
if it was?
point?
Did anybody check to see if it was left in the house, or if they had glasses like the one that they found in the house? Anybody do that? You're a great detective. You're great, the best. Not as good as Kevin Albert.
Conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to
How do you have
a
a theory?
vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a
Wow.
phrase that's common in these type of
Wow, I don't know who's a bigger bumbling idiot, you or Gallagher. It's a toss-up right now. We're going to have to do a poll on this. You haven't been to the scene. You've only spoken to 3 people inside the house, one of whom is the homeowner, but you didn't go to his home to interview him or look around his house at all. All you've spoken to is Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert. And you already have a theory that this is a motor vehicle accident because he was missing a sneaker and the injuries that you observed. And you're a very experienced motor vehicle accident investigator. Wow. I'm not only going to need a head popped off bucket, I'm going to need a vomit bucket because this is the kind of investigation they did into a dead fellow brother in blue. It's disgusting. You should be outraged. It's disgusting. They already have a theory. They haven't even been to the scene.
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
He was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that.
Like the effing scene of this alleged car accident, and there's a blizzard and the scene is unsecured. You didn't think that was an important thing to go to? You thought it was more important to go grab Karen's car so you could smash her taillight and make sure there was some evidence there, right? This is outrageous.
Evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and
Who's your boss?
advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
The team approach.
After having
You
this
didn't look for ring
information,
camera
making
footage?
these observations of Mr. O'Keefe, yourself, and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl,
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Rolled his
Did
eyes.
you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dayton.
Who told you that? Jen McCabe?
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
We had to find
Yes,
some. We had to get it first.
With the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
No, Proctor was.
How far was Dayton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets.
Yeah. So there's no dash cam footage of it. He had to drive his own personal vehicle because MSP doesn't have any vehicles with four-wheel drive, sir.
Of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
Did you get
You
hammered with
decided
him?
to go or drive towards Dayton. Did you ultimately make it to Dayton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dayton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dayton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After
At one time, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe. So while they were driving there, Jen McCabe calls Proctor and tells him some extra things to really pin it on the girl. Are you kidding me? Jen McCabe calls Proctor. There's been some rumor in the chat that Proctor's not being called by the prosecution, and that the Commonwealth is almost done with their case. I'm not sure about that. I haven't seen it. Somebody said that in the chat, but listen to this. Jen McCabe calls Proctor. They called for the tow at 2:31. They get to Dayton by 3. The car doesn't get onto the tow truck until something like 4:15. But Proctor lied about all that. He said the car was seized at 5:30 when he swore to several search warrant applications because he's a liar.
what time you arrived in Dayton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dayton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
She all of a sudden
After
remembered
receiving
something
that
new.
information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dayton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light.
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dayton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
You hadn't spoken to
Before
her.
you got to Dayton.
Wait, when did he say he spoke to Karen? By the way, the car was parked ass out, as Mark Bederow would say, in the driveway. It wasn't hidden. It wasn't in a garage. It wasn't at an auto body shop. It was right there in plain view. If she was trying to hide something, she would have hid it. When did you talk to Karen? You forgot that part, Yuri.
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Us? When?
Before you got to Dayton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dayton.
On the way down, we contacted Dayton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation. And we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the
Right,
SUV
wasn't
were
hidden.
you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway based on my
Something funny?
memory now. I would probably estimate it'd be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow. So it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you
He just said it was covered in snow. It was covered in snow. This is the alleged murder weapon, according to your new theory that you've already decided before seeing the car. And then you have the murder weapon in plain view, and you only get 10 to 12 feet from it? You didn't get any closer than that to walk around, take some pictures, take a look at it? Wow. Excellent work, detective. How did you see it if it was covered in snow? He never said this during the first trial, right? never said there was a big red piece missing during the first trial, did he? No, I don't think he did.
Do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So
We did not approach it with physical
Did you
contact.
see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times.
Yeah,
as
point
Ms.
at her.
Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walk,
I need to get a clean shot of him pointing at her because look at how much he loved pointing at her. This is disgusting. This is a man who was traveling to women's homes to interrogate them about having potentially sent Facebook Messenger messages to Jen McCabe a year before, recently. This is the guy they send.
that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing.
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
It's a big room.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Ms. Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
I didn't think I could get any more angry than I was during the first trial. And my level of anger is now at least double of what it was during the first trial, because now they are doubling down. They are doubling down and adding so much more information that they think is incriminating to this sham prosecution. And so many more people are watching this now than they were during the first trial. So the whole world is watching this. And I really feel sick. Really, this is making me really feel physically ill. Anybody else? Or is it just me? You can FF a bit.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to give
asking for
a
one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless From all the evidence in the case, you first determined that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the 1 Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to CF McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After CF McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from CF McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote.
Wasn't recorded. It wasn't signed. And they've already got one thing wrong because she said on the documentary she was drinking vodka tonics. But they wrote down vodka soda because details don't matter to them.
Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me...
What? I'm sorry. Did Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior? That is not in any statement anywhere. Am I losing my head? Am I losing my mind right now? That is nowhere. This man lies like it's like a rug, like it's so easy. The Marines will not claim him. I'm outraged. Listen. Has he been given immunity or something? Where did... Why did you, Yuri, call the hospital at 10:40 in the morning and say that it was a domestic dispute? That she had hit him with something or smacked him or beat him up? Wow.
That he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement, saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange, but
Without the commentary.
Mhm.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior,
My
And
head's
that-
going to pop off. For real.
he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
she stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
No, she didn't sign anything.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from their location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
No warrant.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Oh,
What is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
again, no
We
expert.
seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of
In treacherous driving conditions. They drove all the way back to Canton. He just said it was so treacherous. Why didn't you take it to any one of the MSP barracks garages that were on your way back to Canton? Treacherous driving conditions.
that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Lied on his
Now, you mentioned
Paperwork.
that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing
Oh.
them, no.
He doesn't recall.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Yeah, please. I don't get speechless often. I'm speechless. I don't recall if Proctor manipulated her phone in any way. I don't recall. Were you guys looking for
From the point
nudes
you
on
went
the way
in and
back?
spoke to the defendant, until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and
Mr.
touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department
Where was Mr. Proctor?
in my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview? You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
Great question.
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it.
Then how'd you
So
see
it
a
would
broken taillight?
melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear the
No.
car of the snow?
No,
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
no,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
no, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it. I'll strike that. Ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
5:51 and change.
After you left the
pretty
Sallyport area,
specific
where
time.
did you go?
We left the I apologize.
Go ahead. If you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please. Sergeant.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I
Like
can't.
Conjoined twins.
We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a SERT team?
There is a SERT team.
Do you know if the SERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire SERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When
We
you
don't
had
even
the
know who was
meeting in
on the
that
team.
room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself,
Tully.
Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Yeah,
Did
the
you
war
discuss
room.
the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to
Pin it on the girl.
take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes.
No, the other
heavy,
scene,
large amount of
the other crime scene, the Sallyport. He's got to differentiate between both crime scenes. See what he just did there at 34 Fairview? Like he doesn't even know where the scene is because there was no car accident.
A full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes, the heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the SERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the SERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Not important. I
Now,
thought he was
at
now
some
the
point,
lead.
did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Because that's the most important thing, that she actually owns the car. Did you ever fill out a motor vehicle accident crash report? Anyone? Anyone file one? No, nobody ever did, because there was no motor vehicle accident. And as a fatality, you're required to fill one out by law, even if there's just injuries or property damage over $1,000.
Yes, I do.
And you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and
The judge.
registration
Look at the judge. Looks good kill.
inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Brian, this document is evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Under her eye.
Thank you.
Anybody catch up on the latest Handmaid's Tale episode?
Part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
I'm going to DoorDash some.
Dateline 2020.
I'm going to DoorDash some cough drops to the courthouse. Ricola, black licorice, whatever the most disgusting flavor of cough drops exists, that's what I'm sending there. Enough with the coughing. Enough. Jim.
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in or chronological
All right, if it's a
order
juror,
of
I'll
being.
allow it. It's okay. But it's
So
Jim.
going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes,
No,
sir.
one bag.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck.
What's in the
on the
back of your
floorboard.
truck?
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around
One
the
bag.
area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton?
You brought the clothing to the district attorney. I thought you brought it back to the Canton PD and put it out on butcher paper to dry. Now they took the clothing to the district attorney's office. We were all here for the first trial, right? Isn't that what Proctor said? Has the story changed? One bag, all the clothing in one bag. Ed, if you're here or later tonight, can you address this? Shouldn't the clothing have been collected by crime scene services and not him and Proctor? He threw them on the back floorboard of his truck and then brought him to the DA's office. Okay, listen.
At night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
No,
They were
it's
in
the
my
Canton
truck. I didn't
DA's
bring them into
office.
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton.
Why are his follow-up questions misstating what he just said? He said the Canton DA's office, and then he says, oh, when you brought him to the Canton Police Department? No, that's not what he said. Listen. District Attorney's office.
Did you
Or to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
Oh,
They
before
were
he
in my
left
truck.
to
I
go
didn't
to,
bring them into
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that
Never brought 'em
bag
in.
in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton district attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought him to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did it.
something funny?
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item
On the floor?
I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
On the
Was
floor.
anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
On the floor. What's wrong with that? Could it have been contaminated from other things that were on the floor? Did the butcher paper we know you guys use used Solo cups and used Stop and Shop bags. So was that some used butcher paper that perhaps somebody had left there that had bacon wrapped in it or pork roast, hence the pig DNA that is eventually found on the floor? Was it butcher paper or was it cut up Stop and Shop bags? Where would you get the butcher paper from? You guys don't even have evidence containers to store blood in. He is laughing throughout his testimony, and it's disgusting. He is a vile human being for the way he's treating this investigation and the way that he's treating his testimony for a dead police officer who was not hit by a car.
And each butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Well, that's funny
Why did you
too.
lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
When you put them all in the same bag.
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and
On the floor.
prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we
Right.
could retrieve.
Exactly.
Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt.
With a hood.
It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
Where were the socks?
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
No socks.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Bukhenik?
Yes, I do.
He's going to make a big show of putting the gloves on. Will he change the gloves in between each item of evidence that he pulls out of his bag of tricks? No socks. Had he taken off his shoes when he went into 34 Fairview like he did at his own home, he would have had his socks on and there would be dog hair all over those socks. Nobody collected the socks, but they are pictured in the autopsy and crime scene photos of John's body. He's wearing short black
I'd move this
ankle
item
socks.
into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
So
Thank
come back to your screen for a second. Here are the jeans. They were cut by either the first responders, you know, the ambulance personnel, but look at the way he's holding them. You can't see the blood stains because the way he's holding them, he's holding the front of the jeans wide open. The blood stains are on the front of the jeans. You can't see them. Then he'll turn them around.
Thank you.
Dirt on one side of a butt cheek and a ripped pocket on the back. Sign of a struggle? I don't know. A ripped pocket on the back? Sign of a struggle? I don't know. I'm not a detective. That's his job. But there were also 5 unknown male contributors of DNA on the red blood stains on his jeans that were never tested, or they weren't sufficient to be tested. But again, they didn't test these stains until more than a year later. Look at the ripped back pocket. I didn't notice that the first time. John O'Keefe seemed like he might have had OCD. He didn't like people wearing shoes in his house. You think he would have walked around with a ripped back pocket and just put those jeans on? I don't think so. How'd that happen? Did anybody ask? Anybody look into that at all?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Because I don't remember that from the first trial. Yeah, and the grass stains on the what looks like the left butt cheek. It was the right back pocket that was totally ripped off. Maybe the dog tore the pocket.
Did you learn during your conversations with the SERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Where is
Do
it?
you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, everyone was saying yesterday, where's the other sneaker? Everyone is also saying
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
the same thing that was floating around about a year ago during the trial, that the photograph of the sneaker found at the scene that was inverted, the photo was inverted. It looks like the sole is
Have the
black.
court's permission for the trooper to
He's
show
clearly
the-
wearing white-soled sneakers because in the video at CF McCarthy's, he lifts up his foot and you can see that the sneakers he has, oh, he's wearing new gloves. He's putting on new gloves. He had sneakers with a white sole. So many people who are new to this case are now thinking that the sneaker found at the scene was not the same sneaker because it had a black sole. It's hard for me to tell from those photographs whether it's a shadow on the sneaker because it was dark and the way the photographs were taken. Also the sneaker looked very, very clean. And this one also looks like brand new. And here it is, swoosh on the outside.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
I
Oh,
have that marked.
that's the sneaker from 34 Fairview. That's not the sneaker from the hospital. Didn't he just
Is
say,
that a left or a right sneaker?
didn't he just say, wait a second. This is a right sneaker. I think. No, I can't really tell. I mean, he's holding in his hand. It looks like a right sneaker. He just said this is the one from 34 Fairview that was found at the scene. He asked him to show the one that was found at the hospital. Hold on. Time out. Some people get annoyed that I rewind too much, but this is important. And I don't want to have to go over this for 4 hours after it's over. And we need to do it in real time. So sorry if it annoys you, but I'm not sorry. Okay. The one that was found at the scene, I think, was the left, right? He said, do you have that sneaker with you? Show it to us. Hold on.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
Yes, sir.
Mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker. One.
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's saying, produce the one that was at the hospital.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
The one that you found that you knew he was missing the other one. So you knew he was hit by a car because he came out of his shoes.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper
But
to show
the
that
evidence
first?
bag says this is the one they found at 34 Fairview. Listen. This is a right sneaker.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Wow. Wow. He's reading off the evidence bag. This is the one they found at 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked?
It was already marked because Connor Keefe put it in evidence.
What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from
Oh, he's glitching in real time.
34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yeah. That's a right sneaker. The bag says it's from 34 Fairview. Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry to Raina Joy's 10-year-old for watching. The left sneaker was found at the scene. The right sneaker is in the bag that is sealed that he just cut open and has marked on it that was found at the scene. Mistrial now. Now. I can't settle down. I cannot settle down. There is a woman who is looking at life in prison who has been absolutely framed. This should be a mistrial. If my outrage offends you, you're on the wrong channel. That evidence bag was marked. He just looked at it and just read it. He just read it and said, yeah, that's the one from 34 Fairview. We're done here. We are done here. They are lying pieces of shit. And if this case is not thrown out right now, Yeah, you better take a half an hour.
Right, and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen.
Yeah, these things happen. They plant evidence. They put things in wrong bags. They absolutely 100% screwed up this case, and we are done here.
Defense team. May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Bukhenik about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a Taylor Swift song. You need to calm down. No, I'm not calming down. I am not calming down. I am outraged. I have spent over a year dissecting every single piece of this case. And what you just saw has confirmed everything that we have suspected. We, meaning you and us collectively, me and you guys collectively. And you just saw that in real time. Do you have the sneaker from the hospital with you? Yes, I do. Can you please show it to us? He cuts it open. He pulls it out. It's a right sneaker. He says, is that the one from the hospital? And he looks at the bag and he says, no, this is the one that was found at 34 Fairview. That's so interesting because when Connor KEEFE pulled out the sneaker yesterday from 34 Fairview, it was a left sneaker. These things don't just happen. These things don't just happen. These things are evidence of a cover-up and corruption at the highest levels. The highest levels. It's a different shoe. It's the right shoe. And he's saying they both came from 34 Fairview. He's saying this is the whole reason. This is the whole reason that he knew it was a car accident. Is because he was knocked out of his shoes. Is anybody as outraged about this on Twitter right now? Can I need Mark Bederow. Paging Mark Bederow. Am I wrong about this? Am I blowing this out of proportion? Because I don't think so. Hold on. Bederow says, if these knuckleheads screwed up which shoe was where, or otherwise screwed up the chain of custody or vouchering process of the shoes in a case where the defense is that the cops are corrupt and or incompetent, there are no words. That's what he said. Elf, thanks for gifting a membership. You're a sweetheart. Thank you. My head is popped off and it is all the way in like New Jersey. Private info. Hi, everyone. Let's try not to have our heads explode today with all the BS. Yeah, no, it's too late. This came in early. Thank you so much for your 50. That's super generous. That was at 9:40 a.m. And then not only are you super generous, but then you gifted 10 memberships. You're amazing. You're amazing. Linda, he did smile. It is infuriating. Thank you so much for coming to this madness, mishigas, nightmare of a case. Latinegra, good morning. Notice how he's not looking down. Notice how he's not looking down while indirect with Brennan. Please, let's pay attention when the defense starts to question him if he continually starts looking down at his sleeves. Yeah, I don't think he even needs to have notes written on his sleeves because I think that he's totally off book on his script and he's got it all memorized. If you're just joining, wow, what a great time to join because there's a break right now. I'm calling for a mistrial. YURIY Bukhenik was just asked on the stand to pull out the sneaker that he saw John O'Keefe wearing at the hospital. And he pulled it out and it was a right foot sneaker. And when he was asked, is that the sneaker that you saw him in the hospital? He said, yes. And then he looked at the evidence bag and he said, no, this is the one that was found at 34 Fairview. When we know, because we have eagle eyes here, that the sneaker from yesterday was a left sneaker that Connor O'Keefe pulled out of the bag. Am I getting this here? Am I right? Convenient break. Good thing we're a little bit behind. Where are my friends in the courtroom? Is anybody in the courtroom right now? My head's gonna actually explode. This is gonna be like a Monty Python show right now, and there's gonna be blood everywhere. Then my whole body's gonna explode. This is gonna be a nightmare. Brenda, I watched the full interview Brian and Gonzo did. Those are LV cops. If you guys don't watch them, you should. With a retired Canton cop who worked with all of them. Yeah, Peter Murphy. I know Peter Murphy very well. He's awesome. Yes, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I had the opportunity to meet the Las Vegas cops at a fundraiser for Karen, which was I don't remember when that was. November. They're awesome guys. Cat tracking, perfect memory with prosecutors, dementia with defense. Yeah, that is the playbook of every single witness that has testified so far for the Commonwealth. Has anyone said it? I hold on. How is she going to fix this? Oh, Jessica is tweeting. Okay. Give me a sec. And she's a reporter who's very detailed. I don't know how Twitter works. Are the most recent things all the way at the bottom? I don't like Twitter's format. I don't like I have to scroll through. There's replies. It's nonsense. She just said the court is recessing for half an hour. Court is in recess for half an hour. That was the last thing. Brennan is holding a bag. Jackson is holding a bag. Court is in recess for half an hour. The court clerk left the room and came back. Jim, the court clerk left the room. This was 23 minutes ago and came back with another evidence bag. It appears to be the evidence bag with the shoe from yesterday. They've opened the bag from yesterday at the sidebar, and Brennan is showing the defense what's inside. They are looking into the bag. Jackson's holding a bag. Brennan's holding a bag. Court is in recess for half an hour. That's all it says. They need to compare the shoes. All of the things that you all have been saying, it's now coming to pass. Kelly, has he lost his mind? What did he taste? And now John's shoes were blown off. Yep, knocked out of his shoes. This was from earlier. He has an IQ of 5, and none of these cops drive in the snow. It's too traumatic. Yeah, too traumatic, and they're also afraid of Turtle Boy because they all have witness intimidation cases against him. Hold on a sec. Bernie saying, has anyone said the photo of the shoe is a Nike Revolution 7 while the bag shoe has a different name that I forgot? Starts with a T. Well, now they're going to look at them side by side. Vi, sneaker and hat. Lots of people had access to Officer John O'Keefe's belongings from midday of the 29th forward. Not the O'Keefes could have easily replaced like items. Yep. He just said he just laid them out in the DA's office on butcher paper on the floor. Let me see if I can get Mark Bederow to come on because he's in the court. He's in a courthouse, not the courthouse. Now we know they were on the floor in the DA's office on butcher paper, missing shoe. Yeah. Yes. All right, let me send him a link and see if he can pop on either just by video from his phone, if he can even find a quiet place there. Hang on. All right. Well, Mark is here. Don't send any I'm not going to read any super chats while he's here because he doesn't like to answer questions for money. So just guide your actions accordingly and see if we can get him on here. He said this is insane. The missing shoe probably had bite marks on it. Maybe. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict. Never knew my brother was a loose familial connection. So are my parents just acquaintances? Yeah. Can't wait till AJ cleans up. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's see if we can get Mark on here. Hi, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, can you guys hear Mark? Mark, did he just pull a right shoe out of the bag and say that was the one that was found at Fairview?
I think so. I mean, I'm watching casually snippets actually from a courthouse between appearances and meetings, and I saw this part, and it does appear that he pulled out what ostensibly was the same shoe that the other guy testified about yesterday. And what it appears is that they can't even admit evidence that the defense doesn't object to without creating a complete shit show and demonstrating for the jury that we're not competent. I mean, who's ever seen anything like this?
But the sneaker that he pulled out yesterday that he said was from the scene was a left sneaker. This one is the right sneaker.
That's what he said. And then he appeared to get a little shook and they had to approach, and I guess we'll have to sort it all out. I mean, I'm not really fully sure what he said other than the sneakers don't match.
Well, let me tell you what he said. He looked at the evidence bag because Brennan said, did you retrieve a shoe from the hospital? And he said, yes, I did. And he said, did you bring that shoe with you? And he said, yes, I did. And he said, okay, can you show us that shoe? Because you're in court. I know you're busy, but he pulled out the evidence bag. He did the whole, changed his gloves, cut the tape off, pulls it out. It's a right sneaker. And Brennan said, is that a right sneaker or a left sneaker? And he says, it's a right sneaker. And Brennan said, that's the one you got at the hospital? And then YURIY looks at the bag that he just took it out of and said, no, this is the one that was found at 34 Fairview.
That's
Objection.
the problem.
They approach, they send Jim out of the room. Jim comes back with the evidence bag from yesterday. They open up that evidence bag from yesterday. They're looking at two shoes. Now they call a half an hour break. And I would be asking for a mistrial. How about you?
If the shoes are both from the same foot, in other words, it can't just be improper vouching and logging, which is bad enough. But if they're both right or they're both left shoes, then that would seem to be conclusive proof that there's all kinds of shenanigans going on and strange, concerning things, such as tampering with evidence. I mean, how could they possibly have two right shoes, two left shoes, that sort of thing? If that's the case, I would absolutely move for a mistrial. But in any event, even if a mistrial weren't granted, you would have conclusive proof that these knuckleheads tampered with evidence. They don't know what they're doing. They're incompetent. They're corrupt in a case like this. And this is happening right in front of everyone. This is unbelievable. I mean, to have to clear the courtroom because these idiots don't know how to voucher evidence. And that's in the best case scenario. But if you're saying that the two shoes are from the same foot, then obviously they can't both be John O'Keefe's shoes, and it just can't be. It can't be legitimate evidence. And at that point, given the nature of the defense and everything else, how can they possibly continue?
I mean,
So-
is there a third evidence bag somewhere that says this is the evidence that we gathered from the hospital? Like maybe there's three shoes.
I don't, how could that be? I mean, that's either way. If there's three shoes, there can't be. No, I mean, if you're saying that they're both from the same foot, then
No, I think I'm saying one was left and one was right, but they both on the evidence bag said they were found at 34 Fairview.
Right, which calls into question who did that, whose writing is it? And when Bukhenik says that's Trooper or Mr. Proctor, now what does the prosecution do about calling Proctor or not? They don't want to call him, but if it turns out that there's substantial evidence that Proctor or anyone else literally cannot put a shoe in a bag and properly log where it was found and when, I mean, that's just a gift to the defense. Their whole argument is that these cops are not worthy of belief and or they're not competent, and we've had to stop the trial because these people can't vouch your evidence. You'll never see anything like this, let alone in a case that's being broadcast worldwide and where everyone's already criticizing these people. I mean, this is just embarrassing.
To the highest level. Like it is, the whole world is watching, and they were just completely busted for tampering with evidence.
It could be, and even if it's just sheer incompetence or Bukhenik says, I don't know, the question becomes, well, who did this? I mean, I didn't watch it that closely at the time, but is there evidence of who literally vouchered and wrote on the evidence bags? Is it Proctor?
No, he said that they left the clothing. Now he says they took all the clothing, they put all the clothing into one bag. It was in the back of his truck when they went back to Canton PD to debrief. Then after the debrief, they took it to the DA's office in Canton, where he took some butcher paper and laid it out on the floor, and then laid all the clothing out there for a couple of days to dry. And then he doesn't know what happened,
Well,
but you know.
Well, then they're screwed for another reason, which is if that's the case, they're basically acknowledging that there's no integrity in their logging of evidence of any. I mean, if they can't, the argument becomes if you can't voucher and log properly a pair of freaking shoes, what makes you think the clothes, the taillight pieces, you know, where they found alleged materials on some of the clothes that were mixed together? This calls into question all of the integrity of all the collection of the evidence. And, you know, we're not even talking about solo cups and leaf blowers and Stop and Shop bags. I mean, that just becomes a sideshow compared to this. This is absolutely stunning that these people could be this incompetent, and to have it come out in this fashion on the stage where everyone's watching in real time also calls into question the preparation of Brennan, Bukhenik, and these people. How did they not know this before today? I mean, how in the hell did they not look at the evidence bags? And maybe that's just the arrogance of Bukhenik. You know, maybe he'll come back in and for the first time, he won't be resting on the armrest like he's been doing for the last day. And, you know, we'll see how smug he is. He's been very smug today, as you can see from what I saw.
Oh, yeah.
And laughing about the I versus we. I'll bet you he won't be laughing about that anymore when it turns out that it was Proctor, if that's who did it. You know, he'll have no choice but to try to separate himself as well. But, you know, you add this in with what else is coming with the inverted video and his prior testimony about the video, which hasn't even come out yet.
Right.
And this is shaping up to be the cross of crosses that any lawyer just salivates at. I mean, I can't imagine what it must be like to be Alan right now, knowing that if this case continues, that you are just going to eviscerate him and just carve him up like a fish. This is inexplicable that they could be this incompetent or worse. But either way, everybody's seeing it. And, you know, even for the judge to have to tell the jury, we have to take an extra long break.
Right.
What do you think they're thinking? I mean, the break comes in the middle of trying to offer evidence and they can't do it. So she orders an extra long break. You might as well just say, you should speculate what we're doing here. There's a problem with the evidence.
Something is afoot here. Very good, Randall. That was very cute. He walks up with a box of evidence. Like he walked up to the stand with his little blue plastic bin of all of his evidence envelopes that he was so ready to show. He pulled the pants out. And this is beyond anything I have ever seen.
There's a lot of blame pie to go around too. I mean, this is the witness that they're using ostensibly to avoid Proctor. And this is 1,000 times worse potentially than anything Proctor even did, including the text. I mean, if you have proof of tampering with evidence or proof that these people are just not even capable of properly collecting and labeling evidence, then everything they've done gets called into question. I mean, anything they say. I mean, how are you going to look through the lens of them saying, well, we just found taillight over the course of 2 weeks and that's all natural? I mean, would you believe anything at this point that these people are capable of telling the truth or doing anything with competence or integrity?
No, not me.
You are unmuted.
Oh, she's back. I bet she sends them home for the day.
This will
You're
be
welcome.
interesting.
You're welcome to stay if you
The-
want.
The jury's
Yeah, I've got a
coming
little
over,
time.
but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
The jury's coming over.
I don't need to have them.
Oh, unless she's gonna. Do you want to give me those? I guess they're gonna do text messages with him too.
I mean, even if this is as simple as mislabeling evidence, the damage here is going to be catastrophic.
Yeah. Jim's face is all red. He had to go out and get that other evidence envelope because that was already entered.
God.
And they don't need a police procedures expert, right, Mark? They don't need Michael Easter to explain this to the jury. The jury should just know that this is bad.
Well, you might want an expert on how to collect and gather and log evidence at this point, right?
You'd think.
Yep.
Not to mention everything Gallagher said yesterday. That was just totally normal. Oh yeah, we did a great job with that leaf blower. It was a great idea. Oh, here you are. Look at the beautiful New York City sky.
Oh, you want to see? Here.
Yeah, wait, are they picking Diddy's jury today still?
Yeah, that's down the block. They're still doing
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Is there a big crowd outside or anything?
Well, I'm more at the state courthouse than the federal courthouse, so hard to tell.
Wow.
I didn't know how to use this thing on my phone.
I know I did. I had to do it yesterday for the first time. I had no idea either.
That's kind of funny looking. I think, oh, it's all right.
No, you're cute. Too cute. You're too cute by half. I don't even know what that means. I think it's a compliment.
I'll take it as one. Thank you.
Yuri looks cool as a cucumber, and he's still has his gloves on, and he's
Put your arm on the banister. Put your arm on the banister.
he's picking up his water bottle with his gloves. Then he's going to touch the evidence after he just touched his water bottle. If you're just tuning in, major events have just happened. Yuri Bukhenik just pulled out a right sneaker after Hank Brennan said, "Can you show us the sneaker you collected at the hospital?" And then he said, "Is that the sneaker you collected at the hospital?" Yuri looked at the evidence bag and said, "No, this is the one from 34 Fairview." Well, that one's already been entered into evidence and is in a different room. And that was a left sneaker. So now they've got two sneakers labeled, found at 34 Fairview.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
I'm just going to move along. Nothing happened.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you
Didn't
have
let
that
him
sneaker
leave.
with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
He just did open it, and he said it was from 34 Fairview.
Okay, I hope on cross and in summation, they make reference to the fact that they had to do this twice. The simple task of opening the evidence bag, they had to do a take two because they didn't know what the hell they were doing.
But the other sneaker's already in evidence, so it couldn't even be that he grabbed the wrong bag
No,
because Jim had to go get the other bag from another room.
it's insane.
Look at the judge's face now. Oh, changing the gloves.
Yeah.
Is he going to cut it open again? No, it's already cut open.
I
Every
already
time they-
tried. He already tried that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson? All right, thank you.
No objection.
So I don't know if this is a thing in Massachusetts, but one thing you've never seen in this case is asking for the opportunity to voir dire before they move it in. And this would be the limited time you would do that. And I would have asked him 100 questions about, you just said this before, how do we know it's right, and go through the collection process and then say no objection, but just get that free cross out. Maybe that's not a thing in Massachusetts because I've seen nobody voir dire before they admit evidence.
We've seen a lot of voir dire, but you're right. It may not have been before they entered evidence for other reasons, like offers of proof we've seen.
Yep. Right.
Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go
Oh.
ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
He also did not mention the socks as one of the items they collected of his clothing,
Yes.
which we've talked about before. If he went in the house, he would have taken off his shoes and would have dog hair on them. They didn't even collect the socks. Oh, they didn't have, this is not the way the shirt was last time in this glass enclosed case, like it's hanging in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Look at all the blood down the front of his shirt, everyone. And that's the back of the shirt with the design on it, I think.
Could you help assist the court with-
Yeah, I mean, I would ask about this too. You could even voir dire on this. When did this happen? When was this done? Who did this? Who touched it?
Right.
By voir dire, meaning in front of the jury.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
It's going to go into the museum of all the horrible things that happened in Massachusetts. Put it in the museum with all the Salem witch trial
And
stuff.
Trooper Bukhenik, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Court's permission?
Yes.
Again, it was not in this museum type casing. He held it up last time so you could see that it was cut.
Could you show the backside, please? May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Well, the other concern is, I mean, the condition it's in could impact, like when Russell testifies about where the teeth he claims went in. I mean, this could disrupt that. I would have questions about this.
I've never seen this before. It's bizarre. And you can't see that it has blood stains all down the front of it, like somebody had a bloody nose after being beat up.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay.
They're approaching now, again. Hmm. Any reporters taking this down?
God. This is going to be so hard for them to fix, given that this plays right into what the overall defense of the case has always been. I mean, this isn't some mid-trial gift where
Right.
now we can argue the police screwed it up. I mean, they have alleged from day one that this was a frame job and buttressed by just blatantly incompetent fools, and this just plays 1,000% right into that.
And especially since he said he knew it was a car accident because he was knocked out of his shoes.
Oh,
Where did
You know-
did you watch
Yeah, go
yesterday?
ahead.
Connor Keefe said
Yeah.
he's the one who collected the sneaker, and then
Yep.
he brought it back. Where did he say he brought it back to?
that I don't remember.
I don't remember either. I don't think it was the DA's office though.
You know, while there's downtime, the other part I saw earlier this morning that I just can't get over is this idea that Hold on. I'm getting approached by street people here. Hold on.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
I think Mark is fine. Mark, I muted you, so I think he was approached maybe by a fan on the street, and so they want a picture with him. So Mark, just let me know. Put your camera on when you're done.
I'm fine.
Okay. Everyone wants to-
Just another day in the big city. It's
Oh,
fine.
that's funny.
So plans to start writing O'Keefe's hat. Back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures. Yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
Wow.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd,
He doesn't even go to the scene of the crime, of the alleged murder, until February 3rd.
Did he not testify earlier that it was critical to go to the crime scene and make sure that evidence is preserved, to make sure it's not tampered with and collected, and except for taillight pieces, which I assume we're getting to now, that reveal themselves, right?
Yes, yes. Well, February 3rd is when they found the hat. So,
Right.
you know, and this was after Karen Reed's indictment or arrest or whatever she had, an arraignment. Her arraignment was on the 2nd. So they've already pinned it on the girl. They don't even go back to 34 Fairview until the 3rd of February.
Notice he's got to write warrants too. After illegally seizing the phone and car, we now have to write the warrant after the fact.
Right. And Proctor lied on the warrant, and both warrants say that they seized the car at 5:30.
Right.
2022. Do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from Crime Scene Services.
I think the word you're looking for is former trooper Proctor, but okay.
Yeah, former Trooper Proctor. He's mentioned him several times already, so I don't know why he wouldn't mention him now.
Yeah.
I'll travel in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused
He's already given him
on
the answer.
the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes.
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
We did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us.
Be careful.
Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Who knows if they found anything where all of the evidence envelopes are wrong? It could have been found anywhere at this point.
You know, don't forget too, when they started collecting taillight pieces, there comes a time where they just stop taking pictures and really documenting, which that's going to play nicely now.
That.
Right. Of who found what and where it was. They got none of that.
Yeah.
If somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process to handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items are bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Unless it's wrong.
Right.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Wonder if the jury's picking up what just happened.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographs before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Mark?
I was just going to say, why don't you ask him if you recognize the writing on the bag and whether it's accurate?
Mm-hmm. Remember in the first trial, he said he doesn't know Proctor's handwriting.
Right.
And he couldn't identify Proctor's handwriting. So this will be interesting if now he knows Michael Proctor wrote something on it.
Well, he also couldn't identify him on video after it was revealed to be inverted. So take that for what it's worth.
Right.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Bukhenik
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
Wipe that smug look off your face. We'll see if he's laughing now. He's been laughing throughout his testimony.
No, they don't read the room. This is not the case to be a smug, arrogant cop. I mean, that's his nature clearly, but wrong case.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I moved this series of photographs and evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
Can't wait for Tully to take the stand. He's got his fingers in everything.
Yeah.
Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
He wasn't there.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury.
So this is February 3rd. They go back and they find more taillight in the hat. DeChico, Proctor, Brent. What is that?
And does that have a number on it or a tag?
That's the plastic
Yes, it does. This is item
lid or whatever it was.
22-.
A plastic. This could be any piece of garbage that
Yeah.
had been plowed onto the lawn. Like nobody
Yep.
ever explains what this is. It has nothing to do with the taillight. It looks like a plastic, I don't know. Could have been takeout food cover.
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yep. We noticed the back right pocket of his jeans was like totally ripped off. D says they lifted him up by his pocket and tore it. Could be. Giant piece of red taillight. Yeah, Canton PD is so incompetent they couldn't see that.
Thank
Look
you.
how giant that is.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It's bigger than the size of his whole hand.
These two are taped together.
Oh, yes, of course.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab.
And what is that? A black piece?
There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1.
And that's all in the same bag with the taillight? Right?
It's all in the same bag.
all in the same bag. Everything's all in the same bag. Here's another, I don't know what. The debris
Taillight
collection
piece.
from, I guess, when they
This is
scraped the clothing.
7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Here's something you might sell drugs
Are
in.
those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled.
Yeah, no big whoop.
You know how to
Is
move
it
those items
me
into
or
evidence, please?
does this guy seem that he's moving, talking, and acting in slow motion, like
Yeah.
extra deliberately? What is he doing? It just
He's,
doesn't seem natural.
He's afraid for his life right now. I don't know. This is insane. Everything is all in the same envelope, in the same bag. This is like, it's like, remember the old Let's Make a Deal? When they
Yeah.
would come over and say,
Yep.
hey, do you have a nail file? If you have a nail file in your bag, I'll give you $100. This is what it's like. This is insane.
Yeah, this is a mess.
He's glitching in real time. I thought we were going to get a mistrial argument, which is why I popped you on here, but I know you have court to attend.
I've got a meeting. It's all right. I've got like 20 minutes and then I've got to jump on the subway.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
Starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490 7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
They found a
Close
ruler?
up, please, on that.
They found a ruler.
Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you'll.
Because Crime Scene Services knows how to do it. They didn't call
Right.
Crime Scene Services on
Right.
the 29th.
Yeah, and they didn't call him. But yeah, we're talking about the SERT search, and
Yep.
that's something that kind of was left on the table yesterday. And now that he's explaining why they use rulers, it might be helpful to circle back to that and clobber somebody, whether it's him or Tully, about that.
I would renew the motion to allow Easter at this point after all of this nonsense. But
Yeah.
what do you think about the chances of that?
I mean, to the extent it is permissible at all in that state, I don't know how you can have an expert on procedure, given the testimony you saw from Gallagher and
Hmm.
the nonsense that you've seen today. I mean, it's important that the jury understand how significant it is that they screwed up collection of evidence, sent the wrong team, didn't investigate the neighbors, doing a canvass, not investigate all of those kinds of things. I don't think it's readily apparent at all that a jury would know that.
Right.
Any of this.
Didn't record the witness interviews, didn't separate the witnesses, didn't bring the witnesses down to the police station,
Yeah.
Followed them around to their homes.
Yeah, no, I think it's given the nature of the defense and the issues that you're seeing. I mean, if he just said a ruler, the reason you bring a ruler is to get perspective and you want crime scene to do this, it begs the obvious question. Why wouldn't the initial search have been done by the very unit whose sole function is to do crime scene investigation, document it, take their own photographs, voucher it themselves, as opposed to having Tully and Keefe walk around with a iPhone camera and do it their way. I mean, that's not normal procedure. And the question is, why did they do it? And there's no evidence of that in front of the jury at all or any of this. So yeah, I think they should do that.
He just testified that they had a CSS photographer with them in the hospital when they went to see John's body, which was around noon. He was not really clear on the time, 12:30. Why didn't they send crime scene services to the scene to collect evidence in the daylight after he was pronounced? It's outrageous. The whole thing is outrageous.
It begs the question that the initial MSP search, which ought to be the most important one, where you theoretically are hoping to recover upfront as much evidence as you can, is the one that was done out of the ordinary from what is normally done. And, you know, I don't know why they haven't established the defense that is any evidence of that. I mean, that's kind of a big deal when things that are ordinarily done are not done ordinarily and they recover critical evidence. You should question why that is. And they haven't done that yet.
Nope, they haven't. We'll see what happens on his cross. I mean, it's probably going to be after lunch, but we'll see.
Yep.
Looking at sometimes it's hard to depict how large of they utilize the scale.
Wait, why did you bring a ruler? Okay.
Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Wow. If that's where her taillight was, don't you think she would have backed into the fire hydrant?
Yeah, that's going to be tough to explain. I mean, that seems to be far away from where everything else was.
Right. It's kind of far from the curve where the plow would plow the snow to the, side of the road.
But this is the exploding taillight, so who knows?
Right.
Show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show.
Well, how do you know that? I mean, there's no fire hydrant in that picture. I mean, that's kind of a thing. He's just casually saying they're all closely associated, but since there's no real perspective offered in any of these pictures, where is this picture in relation to the fire hydrant? Because the farther away it is, the harder it is to believe that that this is there naturally. So
could have been anywhere. They need a wide shot to show where it was in relation to the house, where it was in relation to the fire hydrant, the flagpole, maybe some measurements from the flag.
Yep.
This could have been taken in anybody's yard, anywhere.
Yep.
Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
I don't even know what we're looking at here.
What does that mean, vicinity? Define that.
Down, please.
You need a group shot of all these pictures. I mean, this is, if they're inches apart, why not show them in relation to
When you were
Other
searching, did you
pieces.
find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could have come from anywhere at any time.
Would you retrieve 536 for us?
Black plastic drinking straw. It could have been anybody's garbage. There were very high winds. It could have blown over from a neighbor. Somebody could have tossed it out their window. Ridiculous. This is the only trash they found on the street.
I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
Calling it evidence is a little bit
Approach, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yes, let's get it.
of a stretch.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Let's wait till it's marked.
Sir. Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's in the photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This
So
is after the
ridiculous.
street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
It has no evidentiary value. It's never been tested. It could have been from anywhere.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
They're literally grasping at straws. Well done, Sarah Clancy. Well done.
Yeah, touche. I guess the straw becomes more important if you can take a full 3 minutes and extricating it from the bag. It just makes it more important.
Yeah, look how he's holding it up. Yes, like he's so serious. Like this has such a great effect. Also, that glass that was found was a cocktail, was a rocks glass. You can clearly see by the base. And in Karen's statement, she said she was drinking her cocktails out of a vase style glass, which is not that. The big smoking straw.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury.
Okay.
And that is P4887688.
Yes, Ali's harmonica, the straw that broke the Commonwealth back. That's awesome. I'm going to use that.
Photograph. And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman?
Are you going to mention the tire tracks that
Is that
appear
the
to
area where
have gone over
where
it?
the team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
Yeah, tire tracks that
photograph
drove
doesn't-
over it.
I mean, it
Could've
could have
been
been
s-
moved,
Could have been somebody's coffee.
right? Or it could have been moved with cars driving over it and the weather. I mean, I don't. Whatever. I guess they're doing it to make it look like they did a serious investigation.
Right.
And show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
We didn't measure. We don't know.
It's probably, with my estimate,
Just estimate.
15 feet, maybe 20 from
Yeah, I would
the fire
move to
hydrant.
strike that.
It's
Maybe, probably. She's
yeah,
looking at life in
probably
prison.
15 to 20 feet.
Let's just
if I had to
estimate.
Thank you.
Again, without perspective, though. So who the hell knows?
Right.
You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last
A clue.
prior to being
Now they're looking for
discovered.
clues. It's like Blue's Clues. This is like Blue's Clues. When's Dora the Explorer going to come help you with your investigation? Could have been a clue. 4 days later, after a woman has already been arraigned on vehicular homicide charges, by the way. Now we're looking for clues. I can't even, my head has really exploded so many times today.
You were the
Yeah,
team
this is
out-
tough.
I didn't think it could be worse than the first trial, but somehow it is so much worse than the first trial.
Can we find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't it be funny if he split his pants when he bends over?
All right, move
Or-
that item into evidence.
His button pops off his jacket. It's like a
So this
sausage
is going
wrapper.
to be 96.
Thank you. With the court's permission, Trooper Bukhenik, could you open that and show it to the jury?
Yeah, I
Why
want
is
to
it
know if
calling
they're-
him? I was just say, why is it calling him trooper instead of sergeant? Is he still a sergeant?
he is a sergeant. He said he was.
I
Yeah,
mean,
is
he's
there-
not giving him his rank. It's just bizarre.
Also, is there blood on the hat? Let's see. Wouldn't there be with that giant gash on the back of his head? Or are they going to say during the pirouette when he was flying 30 feet in the air, his hat blew away before his head hit the rock hard ground and broke his skull? Oh, he's Nike brand loyal, as you can see. Where's the blood? Turn it around. Oh, yeah, no blood. One of you eagle-eyed scouts, go back to the CF McCarthy's video where you
Was
can
that
see his
item
hat
photographed?
and see if it has Nike swooshes on it. Because I don't remember that.
Yes, it was.
When that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Its demeanor is demonstrably different than it was pre-evidence fiasco than post-evidence fiasco.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
Thin blue line.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Or I move these four photographs into evidence.
Put them on the big screen.
No objection, Your Honor.
But yeah, Canton PD is so incompetent. They couldn't find that black hat in a half inch of snow in the daylight.
Well, one of the interesting things about what they didn't find was, if you listen to Gallagher carefully, he says that they searched about a 7x7 area and got all the way down to the grass. I mean, that's a lot of space. And presumably there had to be substantial overlap with what the SERT team came up with, and neither one of them coming up with this is kind of hard to understand.
Yeah. Gallagher didn't think it was a crime scene.
Right.
Nope. None of this stuff was found the day the SERT team was there. You are correct, Dorothy.
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526-7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass.
I can't see
It
it.
was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow.
Mm.
See,
that had
he should
accumulated. In
they
the
should
area.
move to strike the editorial commenting of what the contents of the photo are. I mean, to say that it's frozen solid to the ground is a conclusion that he really shouldn't be drawing. That's for the fact finder to draw.
Mhm.
And it's prejudicial because, again, the argument is going to be that it had to be, cemented or iced to the ground because it must have been there the whole time. And they keep getting away with these editorializing on photos and videos they really should not be allowed to do.
Absolutely. And you can see, I mean, I kind of think it might be here up against this ridge, but I can't tell. This photo speaks for itself.
Yep.
We could next show 99B, P527-7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529-7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonged to Mr.
Oh,
O'Keefe.
flipped over. So it was
Discovered frozen flat to the
flipped
grass.
over. So it was inverted too, just like the sneaker was inverted.
I'm sorry, but how do you not, in taking pictures of items like this that are ostensibly really important and it's critical to establish that they were recovered at this location, how do you not put any landmarks from this house in the picture? At least take more pictures. How do you just not have a long perspective that shows the flagpole, the fire hydrant, the front door, just so it's clear what you're talking about? And although normally this kind of stuff would fly, given what happened earlier today and everything else, I mean, are you just going to literally take his word for it?
How about those little yellow evidence markers that we saw in the Turk trial? How about those? And this is crime scene services taking these photos, by the way. So now they have no excuse. And
Nope.
she's already been charged with a crime. Mind numbing.
At the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Thanks, Adam.
Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose.
This is where, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off,
No,
but
no, go
this
ahead.
is where you need an expert in police investigation and procedure, because this guy saying that it was proper to not search and just be lazy and wait for it to reveal itself, knowing that anyone could go there at any time. It doesn't have to be Brian Albert. Anyone, anytime, do anything, plant anything, take anything, move anything. And for him to say that the brilliant idea was we'll just go day after day and let it reveal itself to us is absolutely ridiculous and absolutely not proper police investigative technique. And anyone who does this for a living would tell you that is insane to just abandon all common sense and just take the lazy way out, which is exactly what they did, assuming you even believe this.
Right. And for those of you who are new to this case, he did testify to this in the first trial as well. He said, I just told my guys on your way to work and on your way home, just shoot by 34 Fairview. Just drive by on your way home and on your way to work and just see if any more evidence reveals itself. Literally, that's what he said. Let's hear if he says that this time.
Snow by the, I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn,
Would reveal
with the
itself.
hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
Each and every
On
item.
February 4th, the next day,
It's-
2022, did you receive a
Because, you know, they knew how many pieces of taillight they were looking for because they
No,
put them
but-
there.
It's so ridiculous because even when they go back the first time and find more evidence, at that point, you don't make the command decision to dig the whole yard or the whole location. You're just going to go back and I mean, I would ask him this whole series of questions through each single day. And at what point do you just decide I don't need to go back anymore? This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is exactly how not to do this.
Exactly. This will be taught in police academies for years to come and in law schools for years to come about how to not prosecute a case.
And you also have to consider this in the context of O'Hara, who volunteered to go back and was told, nope, we're good. We got it.
Yep. The search and rescue team who usually searches for missing people with canine dogs, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. You can't make this up.
No.
call?
Yes, I did.
Not what
Wait, hold on.
for?
Finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
Chief
I believe it
Berkowitz.
was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving
How
a
are you?
call
How you
from the
been?
Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
Uh-huh.
Would you say directed check?
He was just happened to be on his way.
Every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
Wasn't it Chief Berkowitz, you guys? I think it was Berkowitz who was
Yeah.
the chief. He was on medical leave and now he is 6 feet under.
Well, he also
When you got
wanted
there,
to
did you
just
see any
drive
more
by, just
items?
like Bukhenik.
Right. He just drove by.
That's the strategy. I'm just driving by.
Yeah. Nothing to see here. Just revealed itself.
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself.
Revealed
and,
itself.
It was collected.
Welcome,
Could
my
you
friends.
produce
Welcome to
710,
Canton, the
please?
upside down, inside out Narnia of Hunger Games, where evidence just reveals itself as the snow melts. This is now February 4th of 2022, and it was a really large piece of taillight. You can't make it up. You just can't make it up.
No, this is
sir.
insane.
Why is he not naming Berkowitz? He knows exactly who it was that called him. Get a nice shot of his ass every time he bends over for the camera. Fast forwarding it. Better check that evidence bag. Make sure you're showing everybody the right evidence this time. Yeah, it revealed itself after excavation.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
New gloves. Well, that has tape on it too. Those two pieces taped together, that's a big chunk of taillight.
Yeah.
Big
Okay.
chunk of red taillight. Yeah, this is drive-by evidence, you guys. And Canton
Did
PD
anybody
was recused.
photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did
Oh.
you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
Oh,
May I
and
approach?
so they weren't recused, Mark, for purposes of collecting evidence and writing reports with regard to that, only for
It-
interviews.
Yeah, and this idea that he's testifying where it was found, who took the pictures, how it was found, he can't possibly know. He has no firsthand knowledge. Obviously, Berkowitz isn't going to be around to testify. And she lets them do this again and again. And I'm not even sure why they don't object to this, at least
That's
this
what-
piece, and make them justify what they're doing. I mean, you can't cross-examine the guy who found this. Why would you just let this in unchecked?
Because we're in the upside down.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence.
7 feet from the roadway.
Court permission.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Alan must have a grand plan.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously,
That's why he's not
there's
objecting.
strategically letting it go.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please.
See, just real quickly, even that last piece that you let go, that's another example where you could say, Judge, I want a voir dire, and ask him, how did he learn about this? Where did it come from? What firsthand knowledge do you have? And whatever he says, he's going to say, and then you say, fine, I have no objection. But you've just told the jury that this is all bullshit.
Right, because it's done in front of the jury.
Yep.
Yep.
Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting.
On top of the snowbank.
What
On
the
the-
hell
on
does
the
that
lawn.
even mean?
Is that
I-
on the lawn or?
No descriptors.
Does anybody have any idea where this was? And how can he say that's where it was found when he was handed it to by either Berkowitz or someone else? He didn't see it. Or
Right.
is he saying that he saw it in its natural position?
Is he saying that he went there and took the photograph of it? But he said Canton PD wrote the report on it. So I have no idea what the hell he's
I
saying.
don't know.
Look how huge that piece is. If you're not looking at your TV, come back and look at it now. Canton PD did not find this in the morning of the 29th. This is now February 4th.
Right. This was
to
found
the
by the
right.
recused Coke bottle wearing police chief
Yeah, he had giant Coke bottle glasses.
Right.
You're right. It's almost like my
And
cousin Vinny.
and recused himself and just drove by because it was a nice day.
Right. Just, seeing if any evidence reveals itself.
On the right bank of the snow that was melting. On
On top of the
lawn.
snowbank?
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47?
Why does it look like it's on a footprint?
Yeah. I wonder if the jury's just laughing at this
Thank you.
point.
Could take it down, please.
It's a younger jury from what I understand.
Yeah.
So
When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
melted?
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Just happened to be driving by with Proctor on February 10th.
Maybe not.
Yeah, not quite sure if it was him. Don't know. Because everything that, I've ever done was always with Proctor. We're like the conjoined twins of the MSP. Let's fast forward a little bit. We have just a little room.
Some of the items you found. Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
The most careful part of this investigation is how he is opening these evidence bags. That is the most careful part of this investigation of anything to do with this case. Is his opening of this bag. That tells you a lot.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red.
Come back to your screens, people. He just has opened the bag. It's on his lap.
do you
And
know?
he's
Yeah.
just looking in there. And he's like, generally, it's like maybe 6 pieces of taillight.
This happened with Tully at the first trial, if you remember. He claimed there were X many pieces in the bag, and then there were Y many pieces, and then there were Z many pieces in his report.
Mm-hmm. Well, yesterday there were supposed to be 2 pieces in the bag, but there were really 3. And
Right.
so there was a little tiny piece that was not supposed to be there, or maybe broke off. Nobody really knows. Generally speaking, he says, generally speaking, because details are not important in evidence collection, or even when you're on the stand, apparently.
I'm sure Alan will ask him specifically speaking,
there's
what the
6,
hell's in the bag.
Right.
Plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury?
Yeah, because if he pulls out every one of them, you're going to find out that there's other miscellaneous items in there. Who knows? Maybe some dog hair. Ooh, just pull out 1 or 2, generally.
In total, there's 6 items in that bag.
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieve those items, did you use the same
Empty the bag.
protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times.
It didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
It was the same general vicinity, and we just made a decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph.
Again, investigatively incompetent, and this loosey-goosey attitude. Maybe they don't want to do it anymore, but this is not how it's done. It's a murder case, allegedly, of a police officer. You call crime scene unit if there's evidence. Moreover, if you don't want to do it anymore because you've been out there 10 freaking days, then why don't you dig on the first day and collect it all, dummy?
It's just a grab bag of evidence. We're not really sure what's in it. It's a grab bag. It's like one of those, those mystery bags that you get.
He is rationalizing. Stop doing what you're ordinarily supposed to do with crime scene unit because we had been there so many times.
Yeah.
Why don't you just do it once, do it professionally, do it the right way, and dig up the yard? And if you have to stay there for 4 hours and miss your favorite TV show that night, so be it. And then you wouldn't have to trouble crime scene unit day after day. I mean, this just proves this is a shit show, and he's trying to rationalize it by saying we had been there so many times, and an expert would be able to say none of this would be an issue, and it would all be documented and photographed properly if you did it the right way the first time.
It was just in the same general vicinity. So we didn't really need to make them, take the time to come out there really in the investigation of a murder of a dead brother in blue. Not that every murder investigation is not important, but again, this shows the level of respect that they had for a fellow police officer, and it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting and horrified, and everyone should be outraged by this. We'd been to the scene so many times, no big whoop. It was in the same general vicinity. We didn't want to, put a guy out with a camera.
Yeah.
Times.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times.
So many.
It was the same.
By the way,
vicinity.
we had been to the scene so many times, beginning 3 days later.
Yeah, except for the day of the murder. We didn't
Right.
decide it was important to go that day. Me and my co-counsel or co-conjoined twin, Michael Proctor, it wasn't important to go on the day of the murder. But, we've been there so many times.
And we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had?
Generally.
They were all in the general area where the other pieces.
Okay,
had
this
been
is
located.
gobbledygook. This is not
Um,
evidence. This is not a clean record, and it's not evidence, and they're just generally making statements that don't prove anything. I don't even know why they don't object to this and move to strike it and make him specify.
Here's Proctor in the upper right-hand corner of your screen looking over this shit show. And look, here's Chaka from the Land of the Lost, because that's where we're in the Land of the Lost right now. This is insane. This is disgusting. I can't even think of enough adjectives to describe how horrible this is.
It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group
Generally.
of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us?
I would bet that if he emptied out that bag right now that he just said there were 6 pieces in, that there's more than 6 pieces in there or less. And that's why he's not taking them out of the bag. That some of them might have been broken. Some of them might have been chipped off. They forgot to pack them in bubble wrap, whatever. That's why he's not showing all of them, because they're wrong about the number. I would bet any amount of money on that.
Yep. All right, I've got to run on the subway.
Goodbye.
and get
Thank you so
running.
much for
Okay.
coming.
See you later.
All right. Stay safe
Bye.
out there. It's the jungle. Bye. All right. Wasn't that fun that Mark could join us for a couple of minutes? Let's keep going.
Proctor, I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence or not. Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
Cookie Harris. And all the gods said, let there be Barrows. Yep. The Dighton officer.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the-
Exhibit 103.
You're right, Jen J. There were no socks logged
the
into
court
evidence.
commission, Could Trooper Bukhenik open the bag?
Yes.
Well, Fairy Raven, you're right. He's saying it was all covered in snow to disprove Officer Barrows' testimony, but he clearly said that he saw that there was a giant piece of red missing, right? Thank you for your super chat. And for tuning in from Ireland. Thank you, Randy. This is a mockery of American justice.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Shabana. Janice, no, there are plenty of amazing
I'm
U.S.
gonna have
police.
to open the wax bag.
Please.
Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop, Janice, ex-lawyer. Snarky, snark, be in trouble. Did a video on this exact thing that you're talking about, that the inside of the light housing would have had salt in it. They did know that Karen left with a beverage because Jen McCabe told them that, I believe, Uncle Fredo. They said John left with, one of them left with a beverage. Karen carried hers from CF McCarthy's to Waterfall.
Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand. And this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
These are supposed to be allegedly from the cocktail glass, perhaps, but you'll see when the tech testifies that there were 4 different sources of glass. And the glass that was found on Karen's bumper does not match the cocktail glass. It's a mess. Mechanically pieced together, right? And everything is in the same envelope because no big whoop.
February 10, 2022?
It's February 10th
Yes, it
now.
is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Because we didn't really find them there.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thanks, Missy.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the Waterfall, There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes,
For what location?
for the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Okay, that's the only Ring camera that they received. Okay, breaking news. White smoke is billowing from the Sistine Chapel. A new pope has been elected. I don't think that there's any news of who the new pope is yet, but I will keep you posted. It will soon be proclaimed by Reverend Cardinal Dominique Momberte from the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square. We have a pope. Not even the pope can save this investigation.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
I think a motion was made first before they
review
consented.
Any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
Yep, there's a new
I
pope.
did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
Why?
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him? Are you saying the investigation is still ongoing? Are you actually going to look for the real person or people who murdered John O'Keefe? Are you still working on the investigation, or is the investigation closed? He's going to get to now the firing of Proctor. So hold on. I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. Okay, here we go.
Michael Proctor, you had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
It's not open anymore. It's closed.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Okay. Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yeah, it was
Were
text.
you included on
Brennan.
a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received
You were on traffic detail? Really? Isn't that kind of a demotion for you? Directing traffic at the airport? See what he's doing here? He's trying to get these text messages in through Bukhenik because Bukhenik was on the text thread. This way, he doesn't have to call Proctor. That's a spot on freeze frame too. My freeze game is on point.
that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
Traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
You just liked it or loved
And
it.
during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, did you learn?
No, it wasn't that you liked that he was looking for nudes, right? You just hit the thumbs up, indicating that you read it. Got ya. He made the motions with his hands like he was actually outside on the street directing traffic.
Learn everything that was on that?
Indicating that I read it.
Plausible
At some point, did
deniability.
you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to full.
He gave Proctor a great
Was there
review.
a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Sustained is to full.
Again with the leading.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Wow.
Do you
Lost-
presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
So for those of you who don't know, there was a motion made pre-trial. The Commonwealth wanted to move to keep out all of the results of the internal affairs investigations against Bukhenik, Fanning, and others. He lost 5 vacation days after the internal affairs investigation into him. What a punishment. How many do you think he had accrued? Hundreds? Probably.
Yes, you.
There was.
And what was that
Punishment.
punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Man.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
He got a
Have
promotion.
you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, Kevin, it's Bukhenik. Amanda, safe travels to Iceland. I'm so glad we can keep you company. It's not going to keep you calm though. This is This is not a very calming day at this sham of a re-persecution. Thank you, Amanda Church. I've never been to Iceland. I hear it's beautiful there.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
Really?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page?
You don't remember the intricate details
Is there a
of
text?
Proctor's
Yes, there is.
messages?
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Buckle up, buttercups, because if you've never heard these text messages before, I'm apologizing in advance for what you're about to hear. Michael Proctor texting to his fellow trooper buddies at the Massachusetts State Police during a homicide investigation or after they already pinned it on the girl.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
No nudes so far. This is in August of 2022, August 17th of 2022, after Karen's charges were upgraded to second-degree murder in June of 2022. Michael Proctor is looking through her phone for nudes.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Really? Isn't that convenient?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing. They're not going to call Proctor.
It
Lisa.
identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see.
I hate that man. He's talking about Yannetti because he sends him a picture of
If you
Yannetti.
made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Objection.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it?
I know,
so we
but they need him in on their
Okay,
case
do you
in
want me
chief.
to continue the next page?
The
Why don't we
prosecution.
start over, because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and
He's
it
just
says no
guessing.
nudes so far.
Just guessing.
Again, this, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
that is.
Next, please.
Agreed. AJ is not objecting. He's got a plan.
Um,
And the defense can still call Proctor, yes.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
There's a blank page. They didn't even want you to see it. Because there's more than that.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Where are the rest of them? There's more. Maybe he wasn't a recipient of the others when
Did
she
you
said, I
get
wish she would kill
to
herself.
Look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows.
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video?
Okay, so just to clarify, because I see a lot of questions in the chat, because we know there's other messages like I wish she would just kill herself and things like that. This witness can only testify to messages that he was a recipient of. Got it?
Over a period of time.
But he
of
still doesn't know who
home
sent
at
them.
Meadows. Did you get to look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
What about all of the different statements of Jennifer McCabe? Did you ever notice that? All the different statements of Jennifer McCabe? Is that what you're talking about here? You just believed all those witnesses and then immediately arrested her on a car accident case that did not involve a car accident. So you're a moron too.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Will it be inverted? Just kidding. This is not the inverted video. This is ring footage from One Meadows from John's house.
Thank you.
Right.
You reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022. Did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119.
Thank you, Magnolia Gypsy. Oh, great. Show the kids on video getting driven to school. Great idea. And they're getting into Karen's car, by the way. Look at the taillight. Take special attention to the taillight because not the whole thing is red and the taillight's intact.
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Noise coming
Can
from
you
a
repeat that
bag?
question?
Sure. On January 28th
Is there something being hidden in a bag? What?
p.m.
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
What?
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
Again, the kid's getting out of Karen's car. There's a small white car in the driveway. Don't know whose that is because John had a Traverse. This is 5:05 p.m.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
Happy birthday to Midnight Mike. Happy birthday. Okay, this shows basically nothing. Shows John moving his car to the right side of the driveway because he knew the snow was coming and he wanted to let Karen park in the garage, even though she normally didn't park in the garage.
Investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
Okay, if you've never seen this before, come check this out. This is where Karen hits John's car backing out of the garage. She wasn't used to parking in the garage. This is when she's going out to look for him in the morning. I'm going to full screen this so you can watch it. And watch when her car hits his, you can see his wheel move. They're not going to enlarge it for you. Her taillight is still intact.
Thank you.
And this would have been after it was shattered.
5:07:58.
Yes.
Hold on. We're going to watch that again. Theory. Her taillight should have been completely gone, right? Completely gone from the night before. Watch it again. This is different.
Defendant's phone connected to Mr. January. Did you look for 29 and 50, 20?
Watch. You can see his car move. The wheel moves. That's when she cracked her taillight. That's when she cracked her taillight.
Thank you.
You can also see her taillight's intact.
5:07:58.
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please?
This is when they come back to One Meadows. Allegedly, when Karen showed everyone her taillight, but she didn't. They all go running in the house, and Karen doesn't take her shoes off.
Stop that, please. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is Top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Proctor had possession of John O'Keefe's phone the next morning, and he even says at one point that he accessed his Ring camera app from his phone.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please?
Alan will show it on his case in chief, and then he'll enlarge it, so we'll get a better view.
Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
Right.
And could we please play the 1 minute segment of video 165?
These are all like, the jury has no idea about even a car accident at this point. They're like, why are we watching this video? They don't know what to look for.
Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please.
That was after she was discharged from the hospital, when I think her father picked her up and they go in the house.
Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please?
That's Karen's brother, I think, wiping the snow off the back window. And the windshield. Right. Why is there no snow on it if it's been there since they left her car there at 5 something in the morning? Just a light dusting of snow.
Thank you.
Yeah, look at the
Did
other
you
two
look at
roofs. They
video
have a
from
lot more snow
1240?
on them.
Yes, I did.
We have video 171.
Didn't start snowing heavy until after 9. This is like what time though? They said this is 1 p.m. or so. Traverse was out there overnight. Her car came out of the garage 5 a.m. and was left there when they came back 5:46. This is Ring, so I don't think Ring has timestamps on it. Thank you, Stuart, for gifting a membership.
And 175.
Somebody said, look at John's car. You can see taillight missing. Hold on. See if I can zoom into John's car for a second. I don't know. It could be snow, but like just take a look right here where her car would have made impact with it. I don't know what to make of that. What's the U?
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
We played that
Did you
earlier.
later have a chance to see after the snow melted what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight?
Yeah, when were those photos taken? February what?
Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Which you can
Is that
see,
consistent?
which you can clearly see after she hits John's car in the morning and leaves the driveway. It's still red, right? Of course, right. But it's good to see that they found the crime scene tape.
Consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
100%.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Really?
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
I think the small white car was Michael Camerano.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6.
Well done, Colin.
If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
They just showed this. Didn't they just show this? He hits his car.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover.
Such crap. Where's the metadata?
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Where's the metadata? Still red.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Evidence.
Wow, they're really doubling down, aren't they? They didn't do this in the first trial, remember? Right. Remember the taillight pieces that he just showed you?
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6.
Thank you, Mike. Happy birthday again.
At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
Let me move the comments and the captions out of the way so we can look at that again. This was from the unnecessary wellness check.
Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m.?
Looks like snow to me.
The damage to that right rear taillight.
And remember the BN Trouble 31 video that we watched together the other day? There's a ridge. You don't see it.
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton
Yes,
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes,
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
This is from Karen Reed's parents' house. Thanks, Dennis.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
Pay special attention to her wheels spinning as they're trying to
Man,
back it
mower.
onto the flatbed. Erin, The Handmaid's Tale wedding is about to be lit. Can't wait.
This is video 1 you're on?
Okay.
This is the car arriving home. (2:12 p.m.) This car didn't even get to Dighton until 2:12 p.m. And by 2:30, Proctor had already called for the tow. Oh, he's going to say that they're looking at the taillight.
Could you play video 2, please?
Okay, tow truck is there. Watch her wheels spinning. Who's driving it onto the flatbed? Of course, you can't see. This is at 4:12. It's being loaded onto the tow truck. Can't really see the rear tail light, can you? It's kind of.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear taillight?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please?
Thank you, Private Info. For
Thank you.
another
Put the lights on,
50.
please.
So generous.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 20th, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation.
Like the play fighting at the Waterfall between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert and the grab ass that was going on. Did you look at that? Did you investigate them? Did you see how they were squaring up to fight each other? Idiot.
Information we could, evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
Pay special attention to this because you remember yesterday, Trooper Connor KEEFE, when asked about the CF McCarthy's Waterfall, the CF McCarthy's video, he looked afraid. He looked very afraid. And he's like, I had nothing to do with that video. Watch how many drinks Yuri's going to say that Karen had at CF McCarthy's.
You went through the videos. Did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
Oh.
Just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand.
They have a whole presentation now with the CF McCarthy's video. That they didn't have that last time. They just showed the raw video
What is it?
from the bar.
CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection.
There's no objection on that.
Hannah, Linda would like you to make her a cup of something, cup of Joe over there in Scotland. Thank you, Linda, for watching from Scotland. Cup of tea? Cup of Guinness at this point? Whiskey? I'll allow it.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
I did slow it. Thank you. This is
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
Now I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Thank you, Cyber Chicken Boston. Ridiculous. Oh, you Googled it, Megan? Cuppa is primarily tea. Who knew? Thank you. We learn something every day here.
Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look. You recognize.
A lot of comments on the sneaker having a black sole that was found at the scene.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
It was not a shadow.
There's still shot photos of the Waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm sure that the defense is aware, and we'll see if they bring it up. Monkey's uncle, you are right, all the way from Canada.
Proceed with the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
PowerPoint, a new PowerPoint, everyone, get ready.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
I'll full screen it for
Yes,
you.
from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be time-stamped 2051, which is 8:51.
Because of course the timestamps are wrong, because everything about this case is wrong, as well as the evidence. The time is stamped is 12 minutes behind actual time, not an hour for daylight savings. No, just 12 minutes. Yeah, okay.
So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please.
This may be a good time for the reminder that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe, no matter how many drinks you think she
Stop
had.
it there.
Karen Reed was framed.
Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Yeah,
Thank you.
they were really
Will you
like,
please?
she was in such a jealous rage that he's cuddling with her and putting his arm around her, and look at the kissing, and he's rubbing her back. Yeah.
We could proceed to 9:10.
She's being handed a drink in a tall glass with a lime in it. She puts a straw in it. Let me get the bartender to come in and testify what he was serving her. How about that?
What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
Back pocket's not ripped. Well, I can't see his pocket. Isn't his sweatshirt covering it? His sweatshirt's kind of like a tunic. But I think at one point she puts her hand in his pocket, right? Doesn't show her drinking it. Wait, not the same hat as the one in evidence? Hold on. We have the ability to do this, so let's do this. Let's zoom in. That's John's head. There's a mark on the back of the hat. It looks like white writing. Let's let it play. He's drinking a beer. The straw is clear. Jennifer says. Somebody is saying it is the same hat. A lot of people say it is the same hat. Yeah, it looks like to me she has got a clear straw. It's not a black straw.
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Priscilla says that looks like a fitted hat. The one in evidence is a snapback hat.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
No grass stains on his pants at this time. That's right. We can't really see his pockets. I'm zooming in on it, though, to be fair. We have an American as the new Pope, KBD. Cardinal Robert Prevost of the USA is the new Pope. Wow, that's exciting. An American Pope. You're on it before I even got the New York Post alert. Wow. From Chicago? His Pope name will be Leo the 14th. Okay. When is she drinking it? I'm not seeing a whole lot of drinking going on. It's the same hat, and she is drinking. It doesn't matter. Her vehicle light was still intact when she left in the morning. Game over. And also, the injuries to John O'Keefe do not line up with the pedestrian versus motor vehicle accident. They just don't. Thank you, Semper Pops. Pointing out the obvious. Somebody's crinkling their papers right in front of the mic. Yep, no ripped pocket here. And regardless of any of this, John Keefe is not hit by a car. All of this is fluff. This is all smoke and mirrors is what you're seeing here. They were lovey-dovey. They weren't fighting. Yep. Look at you, like Texas, gifting 12 memberships. You are amazing and kind and generous. Thank you. Julie gifted 5. A lot of new members today. Welcome. Enjoy the special emojis for this trial. There's a lot of them. Bella's mom. Mark and I have discussed this many times, and we have both never seen anything like this before to this level. Thank you for your 20. Thank you, Canoni's Baloney, for justifying my outrage.
So right there we had, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he put it back.
Gifted memberships are random. They're randomly given out by YouTube. I have nothing to do with it. You have to be participating in the chat and opted into gifts. They should dismiss the charges. No mistrial, says Karen Reed's not guilty verdict.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Really? Because she didn't just throw it back. She's not chugging it. It's in her hand with a straw in it. Doesn't show her drinking it.
The next video, please.
Happy anniversary, Shauna.
This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
You got your red velvet cupcake.
So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass.
Jim's
some
coughing.
beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's Drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Mm-hmm.
Could
Just
we
put a lime
see
in
the
there.
next screen, please?
Did you ever hand anybody an empty glass? I didn't see it.
10:09 p.m.
Here, the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection sustained. I'll strike that.
Yeah. How do you know what she's motioning? She could be motioning for the check. See how he's got a narrative? Watch. Tell me what you think she's motioning for. It's not up to him to interpret the video. The video speaks for itself.
Here, the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Looks like she went like this. Like, can you give me a little more soda in my, or tonic? So ridiculous.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes, he is. And he puts it in his back pocket.
Oh, this time it's the right pocket. Pocket, not ripped. Pocket, not ripped. Take a look. Come back to your screen. I'm going to zoom in even closer if I can. I don't think I can. This is as far as I can zoom. Watch.
And he puts it in his back pocket.
Pocket intact. Game over. Did the taillight rip his pocket too? Or was it the rock hard ground? Maybe they picked him up by his pocket to move it. Maybe the dog got him by the pocket. Who knows? We'll never know because the proper investigation was not done. The phone would have fallen right out of his pocket. Who's texting him?
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Fully intact pocket, just like the taillight, says Jiggs. Chad Smith says, wait for us. We have an emoji, Chad. A wait for us emoji. The first trial, that was in David Yannetti's opening. Just wait for us.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
We have the next.
We have a member named Yuri's math teacher somewhere. Maybe you change your name back, but Yuri's math ain't mathin'. Thank you, Mike, for gifting
O'Keefe
5
brings
memberships
over
on your birthday.
A couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
Who's this other guy that joins them? Mike Camerano, I believe, in the light colored sweater.
A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
Mighty Heidi says she's still sipping the same drink.
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving 10:37.
What is the drink on at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
John Keefe was not hit by a car.
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
Collusion, not collision. I think Coco only liked to clean on the inside of the house. How come nobody who lived at 34 Fairview ever found a piece of taillight? Thank you, Liz.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
How can you see what anybody's pouring anything anywhere? Yeah, they're blocked.
I'll strike that.
Totally blocked. This is the narrative that they want to spin, and you couldn't see anybody pouring any shot into anything. Look at this.
Pours it into her drink.
Where?
She does not consume it from the shot glass.
How do you see that? It's BS, man.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Thank you.
Next video, please.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it.
What is it now? Now it's not in her left hand.
And the two walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
You also can't see the beverage in her hand. And who knows what she's doing on the other side over there. Although I think she did admit to bringing it to the other bar, I think. I don't know. At this point, I can't even keep track of all this. They're really trying. They're grasping at straws. She's still got a clear straw. They're grasping at straws on this case.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike.
Next
Thank
slide.
you.
And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel's on this.
Good. Sidebar.
Pass one was C with Jim Carr, and for the luncheon break, it's 1:10 was C with Jim Carr, and
We're pretty far behind. All right, so they're coming back at 2. And it is 1:35 right now, and we have a bunch of questions and comments. Wow. I thought they were going to move for a mistrial after that sneaker was pulled out. I don't know what's going to happen after lunch, but we can't even get up from our seats at this point. This is insane. A lot of people pointed this out. The Turtle Boy tweeted, the Commonwealth will not be calling Michael Proctor, Brian Tully, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, or Colin Albert. Could this be? It could be. It could be. We're going to have to wait and see. And if that's true and they're not calling any of them, the Commonwealth's case is going to be a lot shorter than they estimated it to be. They still have a couple of their experts to call, right? Let's just see. Court's on break until 2. A lot of questions about the shoes. Rob Sayer says, shoe evidence. I've discovered something new. The insoles on the overhead evidence pictures show a Dr. Scholl's logo. Do you mean Nike? The shoes shown on the stand do not have the Dr. Scholl's logo inside either shoe. Love from the UK. Do you mean Nike, Rob? I'm not sure. Holly says, that video near the flagpole looks very different than the other footage later on. Thinking near the flagpole was after the search was over. So many people at the scene. Crazy. That was from very early on when we showed the video taken by the media on the day, January 29th. Could she have backed into the fire hydrant, says Nana Bear? She'd have a lot more damage to her car in a different location if she did, in my opinion. Holly, Jen said she saw Karen Reed's tire tracks when she left. That's how she knew about the 3-point turn. Weatherman said no snow sticking to the street at that time. Excellent observation. Court reporter supporter. That video shows how close Detective Kelleher's house is and his camera was to the scene. Yes. Remember, Gallagher said he knew exactly what the camera would have shown at Kelleher's, and it wouldn't have pointed there. It only pointed right down at the front of the doorstep. So, if you believe him, Bombay Bad Boy. What are Jen McCabe's connections to Kevin Weeks? It has been shown that she has no relation to Kevin Weeks. And so that's a rumor that's been out for a long time. It has been debunked. She is not related to Kevin Weeks. JLI. I had the same Yankee white clearances in the U.S. Marine Corps. It's a 2-year duty. Construction workers are listening as well as the police detail today. Well, hey, shout out to all you guys out there. Stay safe. Make sure you're wearing your safety equipment. We don't want to call OSHA And the police detail is listening too. So thank you for taking an interest, because nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. If you know, you know. Jen says him saying someone could get fired and not be available to testify, lining up the Proctor excuse. Exactly. Hang on. Postmenopausal New Hampshire woman said, face it, your Proctor's lackey. Welcome, Deanna, to membership. Toochman Family Fun says he said fired and unable to testify, no Proctor. Lead detective in Duckgate says Julie. Sorry, I don't remember my lies says, boy, did Hank Brennan coach him to set the table and cover lies and threw shade at Proctor without saying his name. Yeah, well, that was very early this morning because eventually they did say his name. Reed's bite is bigger than Chloe's, says, my God, do any of these people have a snowblower? No, they're all shoveling by hand. It took them hours to do it, apparently. Thanks, Laura, for your super sticker. Life at Deshawn says good is more involved than we would like to admit. I've been saying that too. You get that feeling too? That phone call in the morning from Carrie Roberts, between Carrie Roberts and Sean Good, was a little interesting about a blizzard party and stuff. Kimberly, good morning. Covering team leader today, but I'm listening. Remember, in an investigation, details matter. Thank you, Kimberly. K-Mac, are they not calling any of the troopers trooper to downplay the trooper Proctor is now civilian Mr. Proctor? Well, they did refer to him as Mr. Proctor. And Bukhenik is a sergeant, but he was referred to by Brennan as trooper. So that was interesting too. Shay 44 said, Turtle Boy said, Commonwealth not calling Proctor, case almost over. Thank you. Becky, didn't Carrie say she gave Officer Donna Keefe's phone to the EMS or police officer at the scene? Yes, she did. Bukhenik said at one point the phone was turned over to him. Did he say from who? I have to go back at my notes. Kathleen, iPhone, is that normal police procedure to confiscate your phone if found injured? Well, they got his, I think they, did he say he got his phone after the death? That he got his phone at the hospital? Now his whole investigation has been abnormal, filled with lies, but I think he got his phone after he died. Right? Al dente says the touching, smelling to explain the other DNA. Yeah. Weren't there also different sources of DNA on the sneaker as well that weren't tested? Sarah Norton, the shoes don't match. The one in the snow has a black sole. The one they show in court is white. Same in video at bar. Well, even more interesting, the right shoe the right sneaker that he pulled out today, that Brennan said was collected from the hospital. When Yuri looked at the evidence envelope, it said it was from 34 Fairview. And that shoe was introduced yesterday, and it was the left shoe. They got a lot of splaining to do. There were 5 different DNA profiles on John's shoe, says be in trouble. 31. Holy cannoli, Batman. There's a wink and a nod, a cough and a snort. Where's my, yep. Thank you very much for your very interesting super chat. Can the defense use the rubber ducky caper as relevant to methodology? Well, that's interesting. Canton PD did do a 36-page police report, very in-depth report with regard to Richard Schiffer. And if you're interested in that rubber duck investigation, I have an entire show on it somewhere in the pre-trial playlist, I believe. It's called What the Duck. It's got a picture of a big rubber duck on the thumbnail. Janet says Yuri did not know the address, but his brother was friends with Brian Albert. Yuri's brother was friends with Brian Albert? That I did not know. Thanks, Janet. I don't remember my lies. Am I remembering correctly? Proctor took Karen's car from the tow truck driver and drove it back to the Sallyport. No. No. I don't know who drove it into the Sallyport. They keep changing their story, but tow truck driver is on the witness list. So you are right about that. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict. Never knew my brother was a loose familial connection. So are my parents just acquaintances? Can't wait till AJ cleans this up. And can AJ ask how most police departments handle investigations? No. He has to say, how do you normally handle investigations? What's in your handbook, if they even know? when he asked questions about the solo cups and leaf blowers. No, Mark and I said we think it would be a good time to renew the motion for Michael Easter because clearly it's going to be outside the scope of a jury. And clearly after that sneaker was just shown in a mismarked envelope, it's insane how poorly the evidence was handled in this case. Valerie, which defense would repeat reasonable doubt? Was lawn cut up from tires? No, it was not. The news confirms they searched more than 18 inches. Karen is innocent. Thank you so much for your super chat. Gail, this is exactly my thought. Thank you for circling back to this. Because when YURY Bukhenik testified about what Karen said at her statement, I mean, when he took a statement from her, he and Proctor, and he said that Karen said John hit his head a couple of days before that and was asking her about how he hit his head. If Mr. Reed was in the room when that statement was given, I would love them to call Bill Reed to the stand. Call him. Call him. This is the first time we ever heard anything like that in the history of this case, ever. Great point. Zach said if they didn't have a warrant and weren't able to process the vehicle, there was no rush to have to take the vehicle to Canton PD for it to defrost. Well, they wanted to preserve the one apparent hair that was clung to the side of the car, I guess, or something like that. Brennan's Hemertober. I don't even think Spanky knew about John O'Keefe's bumping his head. I know. Where did that come from? Sassy guinea pig, mama. Wouldn't the defrosting of the car cause the crack or hole in the taillight to expand like a crack in a windshield will come from heat? Well, that'll be a great question for an expert witness. We'll see if it comes up. Suspicious Albert Rock. Does anyone know who paid the ambulance and hospital bill for Officer John O'Keefe? This would be important information to know. Yes, I've said this since the beginning. Because in my 30 years as a civil litigator, having handled hundreds, if not thousands of car accident cases, I've learned that Massachusetts is also a no-fault state. And so the bills for his injuries and hospital would have gone through Karen's car insurance. They did not, as far as I know. So yes, I too think that would be important. It's also important to note that there was no motor vehicle crash report ever filled out for this case. Did you see the grass on the behind dragged, says Deborah Claire. Just check the jeans in trial 1. CLK says pocket was not ripped. That's interesting. Cat tracking. The one on the ground has a black trim between the sole and the shoe. The one in court has a white strip between the shoe and the sole. Nico 2020 also points out grass stains from being dragged. Stephanie Flynn, where's the second trainer from the hospital? Well, one was at the scene, allegedly, 34 Fairview, one was in the hospital. They did show it eventually. That must have been, the messages must have crossed. Michelle says, in the evidence pictures, the shoes are tied. Private info, thank you so much for your very generous 50. Massachusetts State Troopers, this does not surprise me at all. Every interaction I've ever had with the statey was horrible, entitled, arrogant, threatening to treat people like garbage. Thank you for your very generous super chat. Can you explain, please, about the trainers? I think I have done that a couple of times, so I think we're caught up on that. Thank you, Ren. Julie, is a mistrial the same as a dismissed case? No. Dismissing the charges would be, that's it, the case is over. You are free to go. The charges are dismissed. A mistrial means we got to come back and do it again. And that's what we're doing now because there was a mistrial the first time when the jury was hung. So we're back for a second trial. Rachel says, hi, can he not just go collect the correct bag? Well, Jim went out to get the bag from yesterday, which is in a different room because now it's part of the trial exhibits. He brought him back and both attorneys were looking at what was in both bags. And then apparently they had a conversation and we don't know what happened because they went on with the direct examination of Bukhenik like it was just no big whoop. Discworld Edge Witch, do you know the scene from Labyrinth with the fire creatures that take others' heads off? Literally me. No, I've never seen that movie, but thank you. Jenny said Connor Keefe had the left sneaker in a different bag yesterday and said it was from 34 Fairview. Yep, you're right. And evidence bags are different, says Dennis the Menace. But he brought evidence with him today. Yep. Swap the shoe last trial? Nope. Who knows? We don't know. We're still waiting to find out. Shannon, thank you. Hates Bukhenik, as many, many, many do. Karen Reed's not guilty. Verdict said Mel is in a mistrial. Bad for Karen right now. Going to cost her more money. How about just bargain and tell the Commonwealth we want the Fed's investment that they hired ARCA? Well, there's so, I can't even count how many issues there are for appeal right now that would be reversible error. But there would only be an appeal in the event of a conviction. So I hate to think like that. I'm not an appellate attorney. That is a very, very special specialty. It's a completely different specialty from being a trial lawyer. And again, appeals only come into play when there is a conviction. David, someone check me on this. Did Bev just say to the jury that these things can happen? I thought she meant these things can happen like we get delayed. I don't know that she really said these things can happen like evidence gets put in the wrong bags, because that would just be wild and a normalization of insanity. Circle of Willis, if this isn't a mistrial, I'm taking my quadriplegic ass on the road 800 miles to go protest. Yes, not a quad from a car accident. We were talking about that yesterday. Amy, the sneaker he's showing is a Nike Tangen, and the one in the crime scene picture is most likely a men's Nike Revolution 7. Unbelievable. Well, you're a connoisseur of fine footwear, Amy. Kate says, my mom said if the shoe doesn't fit, you must have quit. Well, that takes us right back to OJ and the glove. Roxy Franklin, OG shoe. One was bloody, replaced with OG shoes. One was bloody, replaced them with same pair and put double right shoe in the bag. Well, one was right and one was left, as far as I know. Vet Girl, RWB, thank you for your 50. Forensics 101, this piece logged and labeled wrong. Take other pieces. That proceeds is out of play. Log is off and collection containment is voided with 0 chain of custody. Yes. Forensics 101, which even they don't know. And how many things were all in the same bag? And in some, they were commingled between taillight pieces, glass pieces, debris in a canister. We have no idea what's going on. Court's not break till 2. We have 9 minutes. Wojo's Mojo says, Mel, I'm so stoked right now. Could you drop a few more classy F-bombs to Brennan? Lollipop Canoni, there are too many to name. Sending love to you. Thank you. Thank you so much for your super chat. Susie wants to know, what is the purpose of showing the clothes? Well, they're in evidence. They've got blood all over them. And anybody who's a boxer who's been in any kind of street fight will tell you that blood will pour down the front of your shirt. The clothes also have the dog bites on the outside of them, which are puncture marks on the outside of the sweatshirt. And it was crazy that they were in some sort of like glass casing today. We've never seen that before, as if they were going to be hung up in a museum. It was really odd. Code Man, was John O'Keefe's lost shoe covered in blood and DNA and destroyed? People think that. Juror 56, as the judge dismissed the jury, she said, mixing up evidence happens from time to time. WTF, I have to go back and watch it because I don't recall. I don't think that's exactly what she said, that mixing up evidence happens from time to time, but I thought she kind of meant delays. Loudmouth says, so the shoe from yesterday had a sleepover at the courthouse last night. Jim just happened to know where it was. Yeah, well, it was with all the trial exhibits. Jim knows a lot. Remember Jim pulling the bingo balls out of the last trial for the alternate jurors and then quickly looking at them, not showing it to anyone, and then throwing them on the desk. And then all of a sudden, 2 very pro Karen Reed jurors were made alternates. Mark C, did anyone notice how the shoes are different in evidence from trial 1 and 2? The sole is different. Bradford, Aiden just tweeted, the Commonwealth will not be calling Michael Proctor, Brian Tully, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, or Colin Albert. They're trying to hide their most damaging witnesses. Yes. Oh, yes, they are. They absolutely are. Interesting. Lally tried the entire case the first time as if it was, he was on defense. CB Kella, I have no idea why you were timed out. I don't do that. That's the mod's job. You can ask them. Bradford, part 2 of Aiden's tweet. If defense chooses to call them, they will be more limited in what they can ask than if they cross-examined them. That's true. They really don't want Proctor's text messages introduced. Well, we just heard this is from 1140. We did hear Bukhenik read some of them into the record. And so we heard those, but only the ones that Bukhenik was in receipt of. Could the defense make another argument for a crime scene expert since the shoe incident? Yes, we've been discussing that, and I'm sorry because I'm way behind. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, so if I'm a juror and I choose to believe all the drivel, you took photos of the clothes, patches of ground, cups of mud, and wore gloves, but no one thought to snap a picture of the taillight or the body. Yes, you're right. Or even where the body lay after they removed the body. I can see they're very, they got to be concerned with life-saving measures. That's got to be the number one thing that they're thinking about. But after the body is removed, how about you mark that place? Canton PD was on the scene. How about you mark that? Anyone? I mean, it's just insanity. Somebody said Jess Machado was tweeting something, but I don't see it unless it was before her tweet that said we're going to lunch, coming back at 2. Aunt BB talking about the hat says it's not the same, in my opinion, Mel. At the first bar, Officer John O'Keefe's hat has thin white threads in the front, and the 1.0 cap has thick white threads. Latinegra, please, Mark and Melanie, please tell the defense to file and fight for the motion to include Mr. Easter. I don't have a direct line to the defense, but I am sure they know what they are doing. Northern Bell, again, same tweet as before. Thank you so very much. Optopoppet, one might think that the big evidence block in the bag might have been a section number of pieces in the bag, so you don't have to open the bag and expose the evidence to open air unnecessarily. But hey, I'm just a layman. Yes. Lewis, with the Handmaid's Tale reference, may the Lord open. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you. Proctor's dishonorable discharge says, I strain credulity today. All the way from Canada, watching this Shonda Michigas of a trial for the second time. Can you believe it? Did you ever think it would be worse the second time than it was the first time? I didn't think it could be worse, but it's worse. Absolutely insane. Jackie, thank you for your Venmo. Says thank you. Anita, thank you. Says our voice for justice. Haley, loving the recap of the trial. Melissa, you had me in trial 1, but your reaction to May the 4th be wished you had me in tears. Oh my God. That was insane yesterday. Absolutely insane. Zudi, thank you. It says, I love your show. It's better than Court TV. Thank you. Jonas is watching delayed from New Zealand. The world is watching. Elaine says, Melanie, my son is watching from Texas. Can you shout out to Josh? Mama loves you. Mama loves you, Josh. Mama Elaine. Thank you, Elaine, for your very generous Venmo. Nancy thanking me for my coverage. Leah says, I'm a salon owner in Raynham, Mass. Thank you for streaming in a professional way. It allows us to watch the trial in the salon and inform as many clients as we can of the facts in this case. Free Karen Reed. Shout out to Leah, who owns the salon in Raynham. I'm not going to dox you or anything, but get your hair done there because you can watch my show while you're getting your hair done. How great is that? Judith says, free Karen Reed. Thank you, Joan, for your kind compliments. Tammy says, I'm not offended by your outrage. I'll allow it. I'm outraged myself. Lisa, free Karen Reed. Paula said, John probably had multiple pairs of sneakers that looked the same. Basic black Nike. Different style, but looked the same to the average person. Probably got from his house. Just another unplanned detail the Commonwealth overlooked. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jane. Says, I'm sharing your outrage. Mistrial now. Thank you for all you do. Kitty Cat. Hey, Mel, I missed the last part of the cross by the defense of the witness in the headscarf yesterday. That was Jessica Hyde. And the rest of the day. Missed all mornings today. Well, I'm sorry that you were in family court in Worcester. I'm sorry. I hope everything goes well for you, Kitty Cat. Thank you so much for your 20. Well, due to popular demand, it has been brought to my attention that our friend, Auntie Deb, is already working on a Sunday show. Messy Alessi versus Eastside Hyde SmackDown. It's going to be great. You're not going to want to miss it. And if you don't subscribe to Auntie Deb, what are you doing? We found Auntie Deb, I think, on TikTok during the first trial, and we've all become good friends, not just acquaintances, but, you know, we love Auntie Deb, and that's going to be great. So thanks to all of you guys for suggesting that, because he's on it. It's going to be funny. Thank you, Dom, for becoming a member. LL, did you see in the photos John O'Keefe has a black soul and in court that she was? Yes, we've been talking about this all day. You are all set. The Albert Rock on the lawn. David, where were his boxers? Well, Yuri said that they were put into evidence. What was not put into evidence were his socks. Melissa, Bolos and APBs go out. General vicinity, wide range, yeah. Teresa, my son passed away 6 years ago. I'm so very sorry. Through fentanyl poisoning. There would be no way in hell if everybody was telling me who it was that I would acknowledge them, let alone let them sit with me at closing. Right. Right. And remember that, oops. The McCabe's and the Alberts are not allowed to be in the courtroom before and after their testimony, but they are allowed to be there for closings. I'm so sorry for your loss, Therese. April was just in Rome and got a private after-hours tour of the Vatican. Oh, that's beautiful. I've been to the Sistine Chapel a couple of times. I love Rome. It's one of the most walkable cities, and I love it. I love Rome right before Christmas, like in early December, because everything is decorated for Christmas and it's not crowded and the weather is usually pretty good. And it's so beautiful with all the decorations and the churches. Thank you very much, April. Allie 9780, thank you for your super chat on your cupcake and compliments. Sorry, I don't remember my lies. Can't the defense get better testimony about evidence protocols just by cross? Yeah, they can, but are these guys going to admit that they did such a crappy job? That's the problem. That's what I was yelling about when we went over the decision on that motion. So that's the problem. These guys are not going to admit that they did a crappy job. Gallagher thought that he was, some incredible inventor by thinking it was a great idea to go get a leaf blower. So that's a problem. Again, young jury, they most likely understand it, in your opinion? Yeah. They probably understand the cell phone testimony too and how that was ridiculous. Brussels sprout, yes, I think they were not objecting because they're waiting to impeach on cross. I do agree with that statement. PJ Wood, yeah, if a mistrial was called, it would be over, except they would have to come back and do it again. That would be, unless, like what had happened in the Alec Baldwin trial in New Mexico. What happened there was a Brady violation. There had been other Brady violations too, I think. And truth be told, I did not watch that trial because I was covering probably this trial at the time. I don't recall. But the court did dismiss the case in open court. The case was dismissed based on the egregious Brady violation and Alec Baldwin was sent home. But that was up to the judge. Judge Mary Marlowe Summer. I'll never forget her name because that was an amazing thing to watch. Mims Chaos says, when you're hit out of your shoes, the vehicle does not untie them. Why is the left sneaker found at the scene untied? Great point. Thank you, Becky. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Midnight Mike is here and gifting memberships on his birthday. So if you see Midnight Mike in the chat, wish him a happy birthday. Abacus says, it would never show white in the taillight because the LED is red. Didn't be in trouble do another video on that? I think he did. Thank you. MCKT, I'm a bit behind, but it's abundantly clear that they never expected Karen Reed to hire good defense attorneys and fight so hard. They expected her to plea out. The whole thing is disgusting. Well, yeah. Yeah, and Jennifer McCabe was confronted with that text message, right? Which said something like, if she takes the plea, I think it was Matt McCabe who texted it. If she takes the plea, it's over. If she doesn't, it's a whole new episode, right? A whole new episode. And here we are, season 2, episode 12. I think that text message was especially damning. What do you think? Rule 17. Bukhenik said the light was white. Her Lexus model and year have a red tail light to illuminate the whole assembly. He didn't do his homework. We are outraged and swinging from the scaffolding. At how many feet in the air? It says 00 FR in the air. You guys, please, I should put a disclaimer. Do not watch my show from scaffolding, or even don't watch this trial from scaffolding or from a height. Make sure you have your safety equipment on. Stewart, defense does not want a mistrial. They want her proved innocent. Well, declared not guilty. They don't have to prove anything. They don't have to prove anything. The burden is on the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt and not to have to do this chit show again. Thank you, Stuart. Pierogi Cacciatore, you know where dogs commonly bite? The butt. You know how people will commonly pick up someone from the ground? By the belt loops, back pockets, etc. Thanks for your den. Amanda, pay attention to the fence. Not the same as all the other images. Rewind at break. I don't know which fence you're talking about or which video you're talking about. But you guys can try that if you like. Welcome, Pope Leo. Bederow for Pope. You changed your name to Bederow for Pope? I got to change my name now. Love you, Melanie. Please bring back Tom Kokonowski. Very well spoken and easy on the eyes like Mark. From Quincy. From Quincy. He has an open invitation. He can come back whenever he wants. Instead of yelling at his TV, he can come here and yell with us. Melissa says, look back how Yuri held up the pants and folded the cut parts with his hands so the blood wouldn't show. It was done intentionally. Oh, that's interesting. They're moving the camera, so they might be coming back. It's 2:07. They were supposed to come back at 2. We're in real time here with the fan. Bev's biased beratement says pocket rips when John O'Keefe is running up the stairs, escaping the ambush in the basement, falls backward. The fight is on. Chloe attacks the arm while he's down. That's a theory. Kelly says, I think he was moved in the forward edge. Rip back pocket goes with this as pocket used to pick him up, throw him from the vehicle, and it ripped. Could be. Like how you guys are thinking. Cat Q, yes, that is correct. It would be a new trial. It was a mistrial. Talon, I just looked for this. I couldn't find the tweet, but you said that Jess Machado just wrote that she can hear Brennan ask what they think, the jurors think about the ring camera videos. Is that allowed? Asking who? That's not clear. And I couldn't find that tweet. And while I'm live with you, I can't be distracted by trying to look through a thread of 400 tweets, but I appreciate the info. If anybody wants to go look at it, you can. Shay 44, insoles or inserts inside this. The shoe would not be Nike. If the picture has it and it's missing, that's exculpatory. Oh, you're saying there were Dr. Scholl's inserts inside the shoes. Okay, thank you for clearing that up for me. And those would be something that flat-footed people wear sometimes, right? You put insoles or insteps in your shoes. And that's what you're saying? Or that's what that earlier comment was saying? That's interesting. We'll hang on to that. Denmark is in the house. Hello, Grip. Von Wrinkled. Where's the judge from the Rust trial? New Mexico. Thank you. How dare you? Tactical Clo. Please sign. Bob, please show your nails again. It's like a Tiffany blue. And it's got chrome on top. It's hard to see with the lighting, but see the color of my walls is Tiffany blue. That's why we have a Tiffany box emoji, because years ago, before I could find a Tiffany blue color for my house walls, I took a Tiffany box to the paint store and I said, I want to wake up inside a Tiffany box every morning. Could you match the paint color? And they did. And I've got Audrey Hepburn right over here. Breakfast at Tiffany's. So thank you so very much. I don't know what the name of the color is, but thank you so much for noticing. Holly, just Machado tweeting, Brennan is talking openly about court proceedings, and Brennan asking someone about the ring camera footage and how they think the jurors are feeling about it. Gag order? There's supposed to be a gag order. But again, I don't know who he's talking to. Thank you, Holly Box. He's not supposed to be talking to the media. That's for sure. Thank you, Denise Carter, for watching from Lancashire in the UK. I appreciate you. She's watching with utter horror. Shock and horror? Kitty Cat says, I'm back at the video from when Karen hit John O'Keefe's car, yet they completely ignore it. Yes. It will be shown again on Cross. Alan Jackson probably has it queued up. I'm sure he does. We cannot wait for Cross either. It's 2:10. What are they doing in there? Amanda Wingert says, if you watch the video at the Waterfall, you can see Brian Albert has the same shoes.
You are unmuted.
Okay. We're unmuted. God save the Commonwealth. Amanda. Take your word for it. We're back. Yeah, Mike. Mike from Providence. Also amazing, the hard taillight shattered supposedly, but the bulb was perfectly fine. Yeah.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Yuri's back and still under direct exam. How much more BS can he spew before end of day? Will Brennan milk this until the end of the day?
10:54. And before we begin, Trooper Bukhenik, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Oh, Waterfall
Let's go,
accurate.
Begin at 10:54, please.
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends.
It's so fuzzy, you can't see a damn thing.
Engage
So blurry.
in hugs and greetings.
Okay, he should not be describing what is on the video. The video speaks for itself. He does not need to narrate what he thinks the video shows. This is insane. Because I have the ability, I'm going to zoom in for us. But again, you can't really see much of what's happening. It's all back here. It's crappy video. He says they're hugging and embracing. Who the hell knows?
And if you walk into the bar and see their friends.
Does the camera have night vision goggles?
Engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play.
The Waterfall video bars. Well done. This is what you're paying $250,000 for, folks. Jerry's like, we can't see anything. There's no sound right now, so we don't need the captions to play. But if anyone would be so kind, everyone, to hit the like button, that'd be so nice. Appreciate you.
11:46, please.
Helps other people find the stream. Singapore in the house. The band is packing up. I can see that. Here's like Higgins. Can you see my cursor? I don't think you can see my cursor.
$12.06, please. $12.07. $12.10, please.
I didn't see the grab ass video. Did anybody see that?
Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced into evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
You can't see that. Okay, but let's go on with your bad self, but good. So it wasn't Karen's drink that he took with him. It was his own drink that he took from the bar.
Show 108C, please. Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or
They sure
explain
zoomed in
where
on
you see
that.
the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red
Could be a shadow.
indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of
Are
the
you
glass.
kidding me? Come
Mr.
look at your
O'Keefe is
screen.
holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms.
You're going to
Gilman.
allow it? They just like manipulated the video
One
again.
last matter.
It could have been anything in that
In
picture.
2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I
Right.
do.
What is it?
It's a Ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Maria pointing it out. They don't put tall straws in a rock style glass.
Further questions?
Thank you.
Oh, cross? Buckle up, buttercups. Here we go. AJ smooth as butter. On the job.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
Like
He obviously
tampering
had a
evidence.
supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent, not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation.
It's looking right at the
and
jury.
That evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure
That was a softball because they never investigated anybody else or had any other suspects. But if you didn't see that, rewind it yourself and watch him look at the jury through that entire monologue.
Sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate
Not really.
explanation.
Okay. You done?
I am.
Okay. Let's try that again. You want to make sure that
something funny?
the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure.
Yeah, he's not
If
so
you
smart.
don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you
Yes,
supervise them.
that is one possibility.
Okay,
Yes.
let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So
Really?
I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Tully. There it is.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
He's laughing.
Is there
Something
a
funny?
reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. It's a case officer, another word for that. Synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael.
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that.
No,
So
I didn't. I said he was assigned to the case on what I said before, that was January 29th, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Right?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose.
We can do this all day.
He was
He said,
on call.
yeah.
He
on
was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Wow. That's why you give him a good review.
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Brennan's not going to help
Stay
you.
to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Okay.
Why?
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question.
One Direction, in case you weren't looking at the captions, had it capitalized One Direction like the band. Shout out to Harry Styles. R.I.P. Liam Payne. He's not answering the question. Because he's the POS.
Conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
Wow. Okay.
You do know.
Now the jury can disregard everything that he just said because he's got piss poor judgment. Wow.
Know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay.
51%. Like, holding stock in a company.
You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I don't think he was involved in the Birchmore case. Chat, let me know, but I don't think he was. Fanning was the one who cleared Matthew Farwell and ruled it a suicide.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thanks,
the court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1?
That's a big binder.
I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
Here come the scrivener's errors.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
Oh, really?
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a
I
search
went through
warrant
that either.
for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for.
Oh, now we can't read it.
There is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me. If that's what you want me to do, I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can
Nothing.
You tell me who the affiant is?
None of the evidence is authentic in this case, as you know, but you did it with such integrity, as did Michael Proctor.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
But go ahead, show the jury how much of a dick you really are. Go ahead.
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge?
Right.
As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery? His
I'm
name?
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted.
He wants an
With no
official
clue.
court copy.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word.
Oh, so you're accusing Alan Jackson of being a liar and giving you fake evidence. That was rich.
You recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
Dave Matthews, Liz, great tune.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
He's not going to recognize any of this. He's not going to authenticate any of it.
Is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
My mouth has just been hanging open. I'm catching flies this entire testimony. I can't even.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
He knew all this stuff was coming. Get out your spectacles, sir, and your magnifying glass.
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Shout out to Eladia and her son in Brooklyn. Even ChatGPT knows the truth.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematics system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
Proctor signed off on everything, and he's trying to say that he really
There is
didn't
a
have
reference to it, yes.
Okay.
a role.
Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
We're going to be here all day and all day tomorrow. Congratulations to Corey's daughter who got married. Congratulations.
Again, this search warrant is not signed, so, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant.
You're his
but it seems
supervisor.
like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8.
Proctor secured the cell phone. Proctor secured the cell phone. He said he did.
Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Thank you, oh sweetie, no, for gifting 5. You're awesome.
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please.
His name is not in the report. You can
My
run.
initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9.
My initials are on the report or aren't?
Initials
Hold
are
on.
in the report. My initials are in the report.
They are.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for
Really?
any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled
Sure you are.
to ask for things to be delivered to him.
We're pursuing justice. Justice for who? For the Commonwealth? For the Alberts and the McCabe's? Who are you? Look at that freeze frame on point. Who are you pursuing justice for? Not John O'Keefe. You're not pursuing justice for John O'Keefe, you big oaf. Listen to that again. Alan says, I'm sure you are. Or sure you are. Wow, you're willing to put your everything on the line to protect Proctor and the rest of your cronies? Wow.
Correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We
Everyone
are
it.
pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please.
To protect and serve my ass.
Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
Oh, you're turning. You turncoat. Turning your back on a dead police officer, brother in blue. That's what you're turning.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Kenton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Okay, sometimes it does that. It jumps to real time. And yesterday we had an issue because we didn't go back far enough. I don't know how far we were behind, but he was saying, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? So let me know if it's.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for.
Yeah, that's way too far. Hold
Doesn't
on.
have that identifier. Again, this search warrant is not different states, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Kenton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
Do we hear the part already?
I'm
Everybody's,
sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure.
everybody's got to smash the like button because we are like not even at 50% likes and there's over 20,000 people watching. And because that would be really, really, really amazing. And it's like a nice thing to do. He does not want to answer any question at all. Is he going through each and every document that I had the right spot already?
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12.
Stay here? Okay.
Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022.
He's got to go
Clear
through
and red
every
plastic
document
pieces
that
on
has Proctor's
February
name on it
18th, 2022. Is
to
all
show that he was the
referenced in
lead because he won't admit it.
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yeah, serve and protect yourselves is what it's repugnant.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
Oh,
And those items
shocking.
include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Bukhenik, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
It was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass. Is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Thank you, Nancy. Batteries for the BS button.
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the
March
form indicates,
14th.
yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
6 weeks later. Over 6
That's who
weeks
signed
later.
the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's a
Come on. What just happened? Why is there a picture of the White House? Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what? The Commonwealth of Massachusetts does not want anybody to see this testimony, okay?
If you don't mind. Turn to tab 8.
Tab 8. We're way past tab 8, right?
Super Proctor secured the cell phone.
Yeah, we're way past that. What is going on with the feed?
A lot of people involved in this investigation.
Hold on. Okay, that just came up out of nowhere. A picture of the White House.
Is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
Somebody screwed up at W.
We did not
Channel
talk
10.
about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's a
Okay, then this happened all of a sudden, and then they're going to go back to the testimony. So that's I thought.
a part in the investigation is the case officer managing the tasks, but there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning. All these items that we've just talked about, correct?
That was subliminal.
He is
messaging.
referenced or is
The feds are watching.
his name appears on
watching.
most of these documents, yes,
As
if
a matter
not all.
of fact,
If not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No, Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants.
I hate to do this to you. And he goes, oh, I don't think you do. I don't think you hate doing this to me. This is incredible. This is unbelievable. This is fantastic. They just showed a picture of the White House as if subliminal messaging, the FBI is watching. I hate to do this to you. Oh, I don't think you do. Somebody clip this. You know somebody will. It'll be on Twitter in 5 seconds.
Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
Some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't
Nobody
tell you
prepped
that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made that point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it.
Even as his supervisor, you didn't know everything he was doing. It's impossible to know what everybody was doing. Got it. Yeah, look at his face now. Not so smug now, right? FBI is definitely watching. Brennan hasn't objected. Bev has not told AJ to stop commenting or stricken any sarcastic thing that he has said, because this is a witness who's being obstinate and is trying to protect his buddy and his MSP buddies and the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's revolting. But you know, every other time Alan Jackson did something like that, the judge would instruct the jury, comments are not evidence. Don't listen to him. She hasn't done it once. The world is watching.
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing,
Yes, he was keeping you abreast of when he was looking for nudes in the victim, in the victim. And Karen Reed is the victim here. He was keeping you abreast of when he was looking for nudes in her phone. I hope he picks up on that and uses it. AJ?
keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, as you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Unless I was doing, he said he did every single thing with him. They were like the conjoined
So
twins.
you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
There's a man.
At some point,
Let me do it for you. Let me do it for you, because this is why a lot of you come here. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. Send somebody. Send somebody. There's 8,000 people watching on Channel 10. There's over 20,000 watching here. Smash the like button so people know where to go. Please, if you would be so kind.
KEEFE, a police officer, correct?
It was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you.
They knew he was a Boston police officer when Kerry Roberts called into Canton PD and spoke to Sergeant Good a little after 5 a.m. They knew John O'Keefe, Boston PD, lives on Meadows, was missing. They knew when Jen McCabe made the 911 call at 6:04 a.m. that he was a Boston police officer and his name was John O'Keefe. I call.
You learned that he was a Boston police officer.
I can't
correct?
anymore. I can't.
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no. Right?
That's correct.
Wow.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in the witness's way.
A lot of mixed messaging going on here.
Point,
Thanks,
on
Amy.
January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either? Did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged.
When did anybody ever say he had a 10% chance of survival? When did anybody ever tell you that? That's new. Is that new?
Our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes.
Especially the corrupt ones.
Correct?
Yes.
And the incompetent ones.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster.
He's like, whatever. Whatever. Look at this.
In this case, if you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster.
I don't care how fast it goes. I got all the time in the world.
In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
Here it is.
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
Look at his face.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it.
Oh my gosh. Come back to your screen for 1 second. Sorry, I keep doing this, but you got to see his face when he said, do you know what documented means? You know what I mean by document? Oh my God, he is so evil, in my opinion.
And documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass.
That's right.
At least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are.
Okay, he's going to word salad this. We have a salad emoji, but listen to this. You told the medical examiner that you thought he was hit in the face with a cocktail glass. That's why he called it in as a domestic. This is 10:41 a.m. before Proctor decided to pin it on the girl. Listen.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Yeah, may we approach briefly? Because he's turning into a real a-hole on the stand, and he needs to learn how to answer the question. YURIY Bukhenik called the medical examiner himself, the medical examiner's office, or whoever picked up the receptionist, and told the medical examiner that John O'Keefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass. He called them to say that. That is not something that he found out by calling them. He called them to tell them that. Oh, yes, he did.
So, Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Oh, it's
Yes,
only
Your Honor.
taken 12 days for that instruction to a witness, Your Honor. Kim Jong-Kanone, under her eye, everyone.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes,
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, or those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Compound
Answer it however you want
question.
to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and two witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On
I
January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
Thank you, Goodmans. Oh, great. He's getting into this.
Specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Which
I
house?
think I was talking about a different house.
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
stick with 34.
what is happening?
Latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other.
This is exactly what Mark and I were
Contact CSSS
talking about earlier.
to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard.
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Bukhenik. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process
Which
that
house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton.
Yeah, Jen McCabe's house.
The
What was the
fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
He's not a witness.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe.
Kelly Schlumberger. We've been here for 6.5 hours, and you're the first person to say that my volume is through the roof. Is my volume through the roof, anyone? I can turn it down, but this is the first I'm hearing of it, so.
Matt McCabe and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people.
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive.
Right
And the
before he was
other
seen
two-
alive?
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and two of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same two individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The Waterfall, correct?
All
Sirens there
three
or
of the
here?
individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people.
He was dropped off on the lawn. You're damn right he was. You're damn right he was. He was dropped off on the lawn. First of all, he was dropped off. And then somebody else dropped him off on the lawn. He was dropped off by Karen. He went inside and then somebody else dropped him off on the lawn. Did you hear that? Oh, they're trolling. Thank you. Wow.
All three of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people.
That's the way we do it here. Sorry, Brian Jr.'s frozen donuts.
Were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the three people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
It's a slime ball.
We're talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to three people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All three were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
Yes,
No,
you
Your
can.
Honor.
Really? You
You're
can't?
a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Do you think that the jury thinks he's a dick? I turned my volume down a little bit
Suspects ever
because
watching?
I think it got lower after they
Yes.
showed the White House picture.
You all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way.
Colloquialism. Is he still
If
gonna have a
these
job
three
after this?
individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. Did they always try to be assistant?
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So
Cooperating?
always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if
Something funny?
an
Mr.
investigator were
Bukhenik?
keeping an open mind, right? Open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's
there's
a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
The Leaf Blower Society has convened outside my window right now. Must be Ken PD out there.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, and ask you about, I want to shift gears for a second. Sergeant Bukhenik, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange t-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence. No objection.
Okay.
Well, that's being marked. Let me approach very briefly.
What time do you think she's going to go till today? All right, we're on real time. 50 Shades of Blue said, my son is a Marine and went to the MSP Academy. He said he'd be under MSPI forever. He left. Hazing. Thank you.
Your Honor, with your permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
Yes. It worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see
See the
Mr.
socks?
O'Keefe's, left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Yeah.
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Jury's laughing. What about the socks?
Oh, the laser point? Yeah. Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
This is cutting into my bus stop time. I'm going to run to the bus stop. I will be back, so just wait for me. I'm going to leave this on full screen.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay. Understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. you went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck.
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours. Once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated it to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Highlight your portion, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know.
You indicated that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that area.
Of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, the back and forth conversation.
I see.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir. Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was wearing those items of clothing during that 6-day period before
Nope.
it was bagged into evidence?
No log. I betcha.
Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before that.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
Strains
The
credulity.
fact is, we don't have a single document establishing
Never
the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the chain? Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation, so it'd be redundant, really.
It would be redundant.
You indicated on direct examination that you.
It would be redundant in the investigation of a death of a fellow brother in blue. It would be redundant to write it down. Listen.
A written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation, so it'd be redundant, really.
A log would
You indicated
be
on
redundant. Go F yourself. If this guy still has a job when this is all over, get the hell out of Massachusetts, my friends. Get the hell out of Massachusetts. Look at this smug a-hole sitting up there like he's like better than everybody. Be redundant to write it down on a piece of paper. Are the O'Keefes horrified? Anybody got eyes on them? Because we heard all this last time too. Not to this extent, because last time we heard it from Proctor. Wow. Calling a log redundant. Yes, yes, they have nothing. They've got no metadata. The judge didn't think the metadata was important for any photos or any video. It's all clearly altered, proctored, doctored. But now is he going to take the fall for the inverted video? And all of the doctored, proctored video here? Put your houses up for sale, my friends.
direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours, I think earlier.
Did you bring a backhoe for your excavation? Any other heavy equipment? I think what had happened with the volume was that after they put on that picture of the White House, then everything changed after that. And then the court volume got very low. So now I've lowered mine, hopefully to match the court. And so hopefully you can make yours louder. Excavation.
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
Time
And
drifts.
the other two searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
The 10th. Remember crank anchors? Crank anchors, you guys remember that? You should have set it out on a 10th. Whose fault is that?
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Chief Berkowitz is now at the Endless Heaven Buffet.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all three dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask them individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these three searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the...
Hold on. You got that right. It was 2023 when these reports were generated. And he's going to say that's not true. Okay?
The documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
Mm-hmm.
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to
Let's talk about that sneaker. Let's talk about that sneaker that you pulled out of an evidence bag earlier when you said that was the one that was recovered from the hospital. And then when you pulled it out and it was a right shoe, and then you looked at the envelope and said, no, this is the one that came from the scene at 34 Fairview. We saw that sneaker yesterday, opened up by Trooper Connor KEEFE. That was the left sneaker. The one you opened up today was the right sneaker. And now you say they were both found at 34 Fairview. So your documentation is not so great. I can't wait until he gets to that. Hopefully we're going to be here all day. We could be here like for 3 more days with him because he has his hands on everything. Now that he says Proctor didn't do anything, we did it all together. We're all in this together. And you know what else? Your time is going to come. And karma knows your address.
Bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely. Yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times.
Yeah, 18 months later. I'm sorry,
I
Your
wanna
Honor, do we
ask
need
you
an
about this
expert to
February
talk about
4th,
how improper that is? Or are you just going to let this
visit to
guy
the
be
crime
cross-examined about it? Because he doesn't think there's anything wrong with writing a report 18 months later. Yeah, we get to it when we can. Whenever we can, we get to it, right? So, Your Honor, Kim Jong-Kanone, under her eye, your little decision about not allowing Michael Easter to testify because, you know, it's in, you can just cross-examine these witnesses about their proper police procedure. Well, they think they did everything fine. Not going to work. We write reports at different times. No big what. Dead police officer? Who cares? Who cares?
In a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz. He called him one of his better friends.
Yeah. At Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, there used to be video floating around out there. Let me just quickly tell you the lore. At Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, I think it was Higgins who gave a speech that said, Chief Berkowitz is the guy that you call if you need to hide a body or bury a body or something as such like that. I'm paraphrasing, but you guys can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. Wasn't it Higgins who gave the speech at Berkowitz's retirement party that said, he's the guy that'll help you hide a body? Thank you, Ryder. I know you, Ryder.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that,
because Michael Proctor has integrity,
I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it.
Higgins was such good friends with Berkowitz that Berkowitz gave Higgins an office in the Canton PD.
We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated he was driving by and saw piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old?
How thick were his glasses?
In his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
Really? You have no idea? Did you go to his funeral? Did you get a mass guard or like a little?
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Objection. He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct? Objection. Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
You already testified
to prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from the parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner, being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry? I object.
I object. Hank lost his voice again.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
Can we end
All
at
right,
this?
so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
We were a
Can I
couple.
see counsel about scheduling, please?
See counsel about scheduling. What about the big mess that happened today in your courtroom? Let's check out the court watchers. Tara Kerrigan, back row. She got new highlights. She was John O'Keefe's girlfriend 25 years ago. She's been in every documentary that'll help her. That'll have her. I mean, what a mess for the Commonwealth today. Although, they're going to spin it on Twitter to think that the Commonwealth had a fantastic day today. We have a lot to talk about. They're coming back tomorrow, and so is YURIY. Yes, Kubert. Chief Berkowitz was out on medical leave. What was he doing there? I don't know. Guess they had to get all the pieces together. Thank you, Maria. Everyone hit the like button if you wouldn't mind. That would really be helpful. It really helps the stream. Theme to Hill Street Blues for the playlist. Says snarky, snark, snark. Here's the guy in the back. I think this guy with the yellow tie is... Wait, is that Kevin Reddington? No, I think he's the head of the court officers. I think he's the head mofo in charge of all court officers. We've seen him there before. Let's see if they cut the feed. And they cut the feed. Wow, just when you thought this case could not get any more insane, it is so much more insane. Is it me? All right. Well, we have lots of questions, so let's get to them. I'm going to adjust my volume back to normal, so please adjust yours. Okay, that's where I'm going to be. Right here. Wow. Just wow. Thank you, T, for your memo. Erica says, love your input. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of people are noticing that John O'Keefe is wearing a watch. I don't know what happened to the watch or the wallet. Does anybody know if there was any property log? Because the clothing log would be different, I think, than the property log. And I don't know where the wallet was, where the watch was. Haven't heard about it. Thank you, John. Thank you, Julianne. Appreciate you. It says a state police case officer often leads a specific investigation, especially in cases like homicide and death investigations. Yes, well, we know because in all the original police reports, Julianne, that we went over from the beginning of this case, Michael Proctor is identified as the lead investigator on the case from the beginning. They're trying to walk it back now because he's been terminated because of this actual case. Marianne, thank you for your Venmo. Can't make it up. Aaron Kennedy says, then with a camera across the street, it probably recorded all the different times someone was planting evidence. Yeah, nothing to see here. And he was the deputy chief of the Canton PD, Tom Kelleher. I really, really wish that they will call him this time. Collusion can't prove a collision, says. Oh, that well done with the username there. Wouldn't the homeowners see all the taillight pieces when they go to the mail every day? The mailbox is closer than people doing drive-bys. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You would think. I need some chapstick. You would think, but no, they didn't find any of the taillight. The only people that found taillight were the cops that were driving by every way on their way to work, to and fro, because YURIY told them to do that. Right? Never, never. As Jackson said to Proctor, you should be ashamed. Remember that? In the first trial, that was gold. Can Karen ever get justice for this malicious prosecution if she's acquitted? When she's acquitted, if it can be shown that this was a wrongful prosecution or a malicious prosecution, she absolutely will have a big, giant civil lawsuit against the Commonwealth and the Norfolk County DA's office and Norfolk County and Canton PD. And it's going to be, we'll be following this case for years to come, I have a feeling, because if anybody else is indicted, we're going to follow that. Karen's civil case, we will follow that. Hey, it's me, says Melanie, there's a fund all attorneys pay into in order to fund public defenders. If not, there should be even a small amount. We have, I don't know how it works in Massachusetts, but in New York, we have our trust accounts, our escrow accounts. The interest reverts back to the state. I'm not sure what they use it for. And also, most sanctions are paid into an uninsured fund. I don't know. Public defenders are funded by the state. So to answer your question, I don't know how they do it in Massachusetts. I'm a New York lawyer. On top, the Canton buzzard on his new perch. Well done. Draven, I'm late. Has anyone asked about Miranda rights when Karen was talking to the troopers at her parents' house? She wasn't under arrest. She wasn't under arrest. I think she signed a consent form for her phone. Maybe. I don't know if she was Mirandized, but we're way past that now. Way past that now. I think her father might testify about this now that I'm thinking about it. Her father might testify about the conversation in which YURIY Bukhenik all of a sudden said for the very first time that Karen told him and Proctor that John told her that he bumped his head a couple of days ago, a couple of days before, and he was asking her about it because he didn't know how he did it. So it would be interesting to me if Bill Reed was in the room, if he's called to the stand to say, yeah, that ain't so much what happened. That's not what she said. She never said that. Even more proof that these guys are a bunch of liars, as if we didn't already have it. Chastity, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I appreciate you. Carmen, for your super sticker. Cheech says, such a vile, evil POS and is worse in person, such a disgrace to all other stadies in Mass. Yeah. Just because one is bad doesn't mean they're all bad, but these guys are really bad. Candace, thank you. Oh, yeah. I guess you're right. Tracy, I didn't even pick that up. So they are not public defenders. Karen's team, they are not public defenders. They are working pro bono, which means they're working for free. She's $5 million in debt, but technically they are not public defenders. She didn't qualify for a public defender because she had a really good job. She owned a home. She had lots of money in retirement accounts. All that's gone now. But maybe that's where your question was going. Thank you, Tracy, for becoming a member. Ginger, someone needs to inform the Karen Reed team to inquire on the socks. I don't get why it keeps getting passed up. They know all about it. They know all about it. Nobody needs to tell them nothing about nothing. They've been at this for a very long time, and I'm sure that there is so much more to come. It's only 12. We're only 12 days into this thing. Anna, if the word evasive had a picture in Webster's dictionary, you'd see, yeah, I asked you guys not to put in the dirty word for him. Don't Google it. Please just don't put it in the chat. We try and keep it clean. YouTube has AI. They go through everything, and they don't like certain words. They can strike the entire stream. And after sitting here for 7.5 hours, that would really, really suck. Is it possible this trooper threw the case on purpose? You talking about Proctor, Sassy Guinea Pig Mama, or are you talking about Bukhenik? No, I don't think he threw the case on purpose at all. I think that they, were looking the other way, trying to protect some people. So his second family, Proctor's lost everything. Why did he do it? I have no idea. Why would he do it? I have no idea. But what I do know is that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. A car did not hit John O'Keefe. And here we are at the second trial of Karen Reed, and she is facing life in prison on a murder 2 charge. Okay? That's where we are. And it's horrifying. Lucy's mama, this was a long time ago. Can you replay this? I'm not sure what you were talking about, but you can rewind it and replay it. I think maybe whatever it was, I did replay it because we replayed some things a couple of times. Inverted sneaker. Melanie, how can they explain the right shoe and the wrong bag? Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Won't it? I don't know how they're going to explain it away. I don't know how they went on with Cross. I don't know how there was no evidentiary hearing. I don't know what happened at the sidebars because we're not privy to any of that. And so, will we ever know? I don't know. Minute Mike said the being in trouble video with blurs is coming. Wait for it. Yep, that was the one. The wellness check video. Why were no socks in the evidence bag? Well, they were not logged in. They were on his feet in the photos. You saw the photos, right? No, they don't have 2 right shoes. They have a left shoe that was brought into evidence yesterday, identified by Connor Keefe, the trooper, who said that he was with the SERT team and he collected the sneaker that was found at the curb. That was a left Nike sneaker. Brennan today asked YURIY to show the sneaker from the hospital, and YURIY opened the bag and pulled out a right sneaker. And then Brennan asked again, that's the one you found at the hospital? And he looked at the evidence bag and he said, no, this is the one that was found at 34 Fairview. And then Jim, the court clerk, ran out to the trial exhibit room, wherever they keep the trial exhibits, and he came back with the shoe from yesterday and the bag, the evidence bag that shoe was in, or sneaker, or trainer, as you guys call them, on the other side of the pond. Now they've got a left sneaker and a right sneaker that are both in evidence bags that say they were found at 34 Fairview. Explain that. It's outrageous. Mark Bederow came in for a little bit with me around before the lunch hour. So you can, we spoke about it at length. You can go back, rewind after we're done here. What happened to his watch? Misanthrope never mentioned. I don't know if there's a separate property log. Again, you're asking about the socks. Nobody's ever analyzed them. They were never put into evidence. I think they would have had dog hair on them. Holly Johnson, 1, those are 2 different videos of Karen Reed leaving Meadows in the morning. And 2, wasn't the sweatshirt entered into evidence today all dark gray? I don't think so. It had dark blue sleeves and a hood. And I think that's what it was. But now it's underneath like 2 panes of glass. Like it's going to be hanging in like the rock and roll, like the hard rock. Weird. Wasn't like that last time. The jury should be able to look at it so they can see the clear teeth marks on the outside of the shirt. Pockets were not ripped when YURIY showed the jeans in trial 1, says CLK. I'd have to go back to trial channel and look for it. Thank you. Shay, insole. Thank you. We were talking about the insoles before. Somebody said that there were insoles inside of the shoes, Rob said, that are branded Dr. Scholl's. And then are you saying they were in the photographs, but not in the shoes that they showed in court? I don't remember where we were with that. Shay says insoles or inserts inside the shoe would not be Nike. If the picture has it and missing, that's exculpatory. And everyone is saying it was a different type of sneaker, a Nike Revolution at the scene, a Nike Tangent from the bag. Defense team is on top of it. I don't know. Proctor's dishonorable discharge. I know that Will the Glarer is going to die on that hill, that it was a black soled sneaker at the scene. But nobody was ever asked, right? That they were taking pictures in the dark. I genuinely don't know. I'm not an expert in photography or whether that would be a shadow or not, so I just don't know. Proctor's dishonorable discharge. I bet they will say that middle piece Carrie and Jen spoke of will come out. How it ripped Officer John O'Keefe's pocket. The Magic 8 Ball spoke to you? Oh, thank you, Chaka. Mel Dillon said, Massachusetts has victim crime compensation fund to pay hospital bills. I'm a medical biller. Yes, and you're a medical biller. So listen, you work in a hospital? If it was a car accident, wouldn't it be billed to no fault? Not the crime compensation fund. The crime victims compensation fund pays when a crime victim doesn't have medical insurance, right? John O'Keefe had excellent medical insurance. I'm sure he was a Boston police officer. Did they bill his health insurance, or did they bill no fault? Very important here. Great point. D, did they test the shoes for vomit? I don't think so, but I think they did say that there was 5 different sources of DNA on the shoes. And they did say there was vomit inside the boxer shorts. The boxer shorts were in evidence. I saw a lot of people saying that there was no underwear in evidence. They were. The boxer shorts were in evidence, buzzing for truth, but not the socks. And then D said also, did you catch YURY talking about the pungent items, but never mentioned that the clothing had vomit on them, right? No. He smelled and tasted it all, as he always does, he said. Can the defense ask the Dighton cop about procedures? I don't know if the Dighton cop that came to the scene to meet them when they towed her car, if he's a detective, I don't know what his rank is. And so I don't know that they can ask him about any of that stuff. Good question. David went back and looked. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence. How is this not coaching the jury to overlook the mistake? Huge bias. Yeah. No big deal, jury. No big deal. Don't worry about it. These things happen. That's insane. That's what the judge said when the whole mess of the 2 envelopes that both said that shoe, a left and a right shoe, both came from 34 Fairview. Thank you, Rob, for pointing that out. My Japan POV. Are jurors allowed to make facial expressions and react non-verbally when court is in session? They are. And that is how many people who were court watchers or in the courtroom media for the first trial, that's how they knew that certain jurors were pro Karen Read, because when Proctor read his text messages, they were like, oh, and there were like other times where they were nodding along or they were horrified. And then all of a sudden at the end of the trial, after the foreman was picked by the judge, the 2 alternates were chosen out of the bingo drum, and they were both of those apparently pro Karen Read jurors. So that's how they know. And you say you're making all kinds of faces. Don't. Well, the jury is not allowed to watch any coverage, but I would suggest be a poker face, because who knows what could happen. You might get called as an alternate. In New York, our jurors know going into a trial that they're going to be alternates. Here in Massachusetts, they don't pick the alternates until the end. So it must be, after sitting through a 9-10 week trial, it must be very disheartening to find out that you're going to be an alternate. One of the alternates, Victoria George, wound up working with the defense team. She's still working with the defense team. She was hired by David Yanetti's firm. Has she been in the trial? I don't know. She was there for jury selection. She was a sitting juror. She did not deliberate. And I don't know that she was one of the pro Karen Read jurors that was picked as alternates, but Melanie, can they file a motion to show the video to the jurors of Morrissey saying that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator? That's a great point. Michael Morrissey is on the witness list. That hostage video could come in through Michael Morrissey, who tainted the jury pool, in my opinion, by doing that statement. They're using it in law schools to teach law students what a sitting district attorney should never, ever do. Win Pick 3 said they're showing Proctor's incompetency warrant. The warrant was to Verizon for a VIN number, right? Not cell records. You're absolutely right. Right. Collusion can't prove a collision. It may be frustrating to see AJ having to pull teeth from YURY, but I'll allow it. The more he doesn't answer directly, the better it is for Karen. The jury is smarter than Gallagher, and we'll get it. Hope so. Apparently, Jess Machado was tweeting that the jurors were laughing today. So, Kevin, thanks for your 10. Everyone can see what's going on. They laugh because they know they're untouchable, not because what I said was wrong. The Emperor's New Clothes by Sinead O'Connor. I'll allow it. Thanks, Kev. Pineywood says, hello, everyone. We need Dave Matthews Band, The Space Between, on the playlist. This trooper is clearly trying to hide there in the space between. Yep. Got my Dave Matthews earrings on today. And 2 tour posters behind me. So I know, you know that I know. And yeah, space between. I'll put it on. Josh says Brennan isn't objecting because he doesn't want Proctor called to authenticate these records. But as you can see, Bukhenik walked it back. I don't know if this was Proctor's. It wasn't signed, the search warrant. You know what's interesting about that? Show me a court copy. These are the warrants that the Commonwealth provided to the defense in their discovery. The unsigned warrants that were not stamped by the court, that he said were too blurry to read. Pink Nasty in McCarthy's video, John turns his head right and left. There's no Nike swoosh on either side of his cap, you're saying? The one they showed had a side swoosh. I'm sure people are going to be working on those videos tonight. I know a lot of you don't play on Twitter, but sometimes it's fun to go over there and look and see what they're talking about. There's a lot of people who figure out a lot of stuff. Arner, when Bukhenik said some of these search warrants can't be authenticated, wouldn't that poison all the fruits of those searches? Well, these are the ones, like I just said, these are the ones the Commonwealth turned over. And so they could not, maybe they're not the final copy, but what I do know is that they say that the car was seized at 5:30. Thank you. Happy Mother's Day to you too. And now we know it's seized at something like 4:16. Just tweeted 45 minutes ago, said about the jury watching Yuri. Thanks, Patty Minko. Jury, there's a lot of fidgeting going on right now in the jury box. AKA Lucy01 says it's all new info. Brennan was trying to say if Karen had called 911 as soon as she hit him, he would live. Yes. For murder, 2 charges, such a disgrace. Yep. Hates me says protect your case and Proctor, Yuri, but not the truth. You piece of respect, Melanie. So excrement found on a plumber's boots. Thank you. Bianch 414. Now I see the comparison. Proctor and proctologist. It all makes sense now. Yep. It does. Thanks, Andrea. I put this up earlier about the jurors laughing. Old man kid coming in with a whole bunch of Grateful Dead references. Uncle John's band stood at the wharf rat's door singing Ship of Fools to a lost sailor caught in the hell in a bucket of broken justice. Yeah. Yeah, we may be going to hell in a bucket, but at least we're enjoying the ride. Thank you for that. Cute by half. Thanks for your 20. Well, that wasn't cute by half that sent it, but that is what you said in your, it was AE lot. Thank you. Sleuthing around, Liar by Jelly Roll for the playlist. Thank you so much. Karen said she left with 1 drink that had 2 shots in it. She did say that in one of the clips that they've showed, right? Which is also weird. The timing of all these clips, prejudicial. They're just bits and pieces. Karen said yesterday, coming outside of court, she said, they'll all be put in context. Just wait. We played that at the beginning of the morning. Have a chalk with Yuri on colloquialisms. Thank you. Entry required. Thanks, Andrea, for becoming a member. Dropped off on the lawn says, he did say that. He was dropped off on the lawn. I guess this went better than Jessica Hyde's testimony, at least. Maybe by the 3rd trial, the state will have a good story. Well, you know that if there's a hung jury again, they probably will try her again because they have tried certain people 3, 4 times in Massachusetts because that's the way they do it in Massachusetts. Hey, it's me. Thanks for the 20. Can the defense enter Yuri's Chippendale dance video? Oh, wouldn't that be fantastic? And ask him if he was really proud of it. That would definitely confirm that he's credible. That's very funny. Thank you. On top, thanks for your 20. After my loss of stream consciousness yesterday and being scolded by mother, I and Chaka have sought refuge at a moonshine. Still, it's getting dark. I offer an apology. May I and Chaka come home at least to the garage? You may come home. You're saying I'm your mother? I didn't scold you on top, did I? It wasn't me. Your real mother, maybe. You and Chaka can come home. PJ second chance, can Proctor plead the 5th? Well, here's the thing. He's already testified in this proceeding and in several Massachusetts trial board proceedings. So he can't plead the 5th to anything that he's already testified about. But if there was any new topics that could potentially open him up to new criminal charges on some stuff that he didn't testify to yet, then he could. Thank you for asking. Thank you, Patty Joe, for loving me. You're the rock star. Hey, it's me. I just moved to my new to me home on Fairview Drive. Oh my goodness. Can you get your fair? That's crazy. Hey, Kentucky Karen C. So in prison, where only a small percentage of cases are prosecuted, we had a paper logbook and the log on the bag. Okay, a log would be redundant, right? Yes. What about the socks? Dennis the Menace, we all want to know. What about the socks? They weren't logged in. Brussels spread, I work in healthcare. If I don't chart, it didn't happen. Yes. A lot of people say that. Pretty sure law enforcement has the same thought process. Yes. Supposed to. Can't believe this went to trial the second time. This is the second time. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Hannah, Patty Joe, Carmen. On top, big civil lawsuit. You are all set. Thank you, Brian, for becoming a member. Hates me says, I was asking because most people can't afford this case, right? If there was a fund for public defenders, experts, and such, this could be any one of us. Well, public defenders, who are excellent, by the way. Larry Tipton defended Penny McGee. He was a public defender for many years, and he took her case as a public defender because she qualified for one. They are allowed to have experts. The state pays for it, or the county, the state. I think it's the state. Penny McGee was acquitted by Judge Beverly Canone from the bench. It was a bench trial. She was on trial for manslaughter when she had a verbal argument with her ex-husband. She may or may not have shoved him, and he died of a heart attack. She was prosecuted for manslaughter. And even Judge Canone saw how ridiculous that was, because at autopsy, he had a 90% occlusion of, I think, both of his descending arteries, as well as many other pre-existing conditions. We are in the upside down scooter. You know we are. Put your left foot in front of your right foot and shake it. Yep, it's the hokey pokey. Electron Ash, not just the wrong left and right sneaker, a different type of sneaker, a Nike Revolution 7. Blacks, yep. Been through it. Why was Yuri smirking at times? So disrespectful, says Hannah. Yep. Thank you for loving it, Tracy Steedman. We love having you here from Australia. Amanda, the images at John O'Keefe's house, the fence does not match what the Commonwealth images show. Look at the top grid. That was from 424. The stream is not up, but everyone can go back and look at that at your leisure. Marilyn, super chat for AJ saying, y'all, roll tide. My kiddo is beginning year 3 in the $1 Million Band. That's amazing. Congratulations. Norman, if it's a shadow on the bottom of the shoe, then why is snow stuck to the bottom still white? Great job today, Mel. I don't know, Norman. I really genuinely don't know enough about it. It could be a black sole. You could absolutely be right. And I know because a year ago when this came up the first time, I Googled a whole bunch of Nike sneakers, and they do make the same model shoe with a black sole. They do make it. Kelly, Nike brand loyal, but wearing Adidas socks. Yeah. And you know what else you notice about the socks? If you scroll back scrub back in the feed to that picture, is the socks look like they're either inside out or upside down. And like I said, John O'Keefe seemed like he was a meticulous guy, maybe a little OCD. Shoeless house and all. He would get really mad if you didn't take off your shoes. Do you think he would have put his socks on upside down and inside out? I don't. Karma better be pretty because she sure is mean, says drama must remain on the stage. Well done. And I say Karma knows your address. Michael Proctor's termination order called him the lead investigator. That's right, Josh. That's right. We looked at that. He was terminated, but it's really hard to get fired by the MSP. You guys, really hard. And in his termination order, they did refer to him as the lead investigator. You are right, Josh. Special Kate 999 says, hello, love your coverage and honest commentary. Thank you. I'm losing my voice, but I'll have to heal it tonight. Anybody have any good tips on what to do with my my voice? Honey? Spoonful of honey? I don't know. I've got this spray. It's not really working so well. Talking for 8 hours a day is a lot. Thank you. Can Proctor's cases with convictions be appealed? I said everybody who's in jail because of Proctor should be banging on the jailhouse doors. Everybody who's in jail or prison because of Celebrate should be banging on the doors to get out. It's my story. I'm sticking to it. Give me a second. Inhale steam. Yep. Throat coat tea. Oh, I'll have to go get some of that throat coat tea. Hot water with honey and lemon. Yep. Getting gaslit about the sneakers. I know. John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car. What do I think? Something happened inside the house. He took his shoes off when he went in because he's a polite guy. He would take them off in someone else's house, right? If he was brought outside, he'd have to be brought out with everything he brought in, including a glass. Maybe they couldn't find one of the shoes, or maybe the dog got a hold of it and they had to find a replacement shoe. I don't know. They might have been better off if something happened, you know. Michael's like, Melanie, don't you think that we aren't yelling at our phones and PCs for 8 hours as well? Oh, well. They might have been better off just foregoing that extra sneaker, and it just could have been lost forever, plowed down the street into a sewer or something, right? Sandy B says, Yuri said John had short cocktail glass, but the video shows a tall one. Well, the video of Karen holding a glass is a tall one, and that's at CF McCarthy's. The video outside of John in the parking lot that they zoomed in on, that you couldn't see what the hell he was holding, you couldn't tell what he was holding. So I'm not sure if you're talking about the Waterfall video or the CF McCarthy's video. Well, there were a lot of videos today, Sandy, but thanks. Mo, were the warrants seriously never signed? How is anything brought into trial without a judge's signature? Well, I don't think these warrants were entered as evidence. However, they were what was provided through discovery from the Commonwealth to the defense. So there's that. And he was just asked to look at it to see if, you know, to get in how Proctor signed all these documents. And Yuri was trying to say that he and Proctor did everything together. Somebody needs to do a meme of like Proctor and Bukhenik as like conjoined twins. I don't even know. Can you not say Siamese twins anymore? Is that not a thing? Is that like bad to say Siamese twins? But you know what I'm talking about. Somebody needs to do a meme of them that look like that they're conjoined at the hip and they share a pair of legs and they have two bodies coming out. Remember those conjoined twins, the women that got married to, like, one of them got married, the other one didn't? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. I can't even imagine what a horror that would be. Sidebars and Rams fan, the pants were not ripped. Trial Channel episode 51.1 direct 37.24 minutes in, not ripped. Are we going to have to look at it now? Should we look at it? Because now I'm curious. Thank you. We got some time. And let's pull up the receipts. That's what we do here, right? So for you, those of you who are not familiar with the Trial Channel is an amazing place where you can go on YouTube. And they love that I shout them out, because when we first started with Trial Channel, they had less than, I think, 1,000 subs. Now they're up to 26,000. But what they do is they take not just the Karen retrial, many trials. So you should sub to them. And what they do is they parse out the testimony of witnesses into separate videos. And so you can find just the video that you want for the witness that you want. They cut out all of the dead air and the sidebars and things like that. Okay, so episode 51.1. This is trial number 1. They're also working on trial number 2 right now. So 51.1. I think you mean 54.1. That's 54.1. 37 minutes in. Okay, let's go. Okay, that is a right shoe. I want to just hear the question on this. Where was this from? This was Lally, remember? Since we're here, might as well look at the shoe too, right?
Could remove that item and display for the jury as well.
Yes.
This is trial number 1, if you're just joining us. See how they pulled out the shirt last time? It was not in a museum-style case. That's the back of the shirt. Why is there dirt on the back of the shirt if he was wearing a sweatshirt over it? Why did he only show the back of it and not the front of it? Okay, hang on a second. The back is where the design is, right, my friends? He's only showing the back. It's really dirty. Remember, he had a hoodie over it. He doesn't show the jury the front of the shirt. Oh, that's so interesting.
Another item, sir, you recognize that?
Oh, the volume on this is good.
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor,
Oh,
with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item.
he says it was recovered from the hospital room. He looked right at it and he read the envelope. And not today. It wasn't.
Yes.
Did he know that it said that it was at 34 Fairview? It said in the hospital room. Thank you, Sidebar Buffs and Rams fam.
Okay.
Okay, sidebar. Just cut out because they're awesome at Trial Channel. Same yellow and red tape, yeah.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please.
Puts it right back in the same bag.
Yes, I'm going to. Thank you.
Not like you put it in the wrong bag.
Yes.
From that set, you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
Oh, all in the
And,
same
Your
bag.
Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Why are you not going to remove the boxer shorts? Because they smell like vomit? Okay, let's say grass stain on the back. Right, he's holding it up. Pocket's not flopping down. I mean, did Chloe get into the bag since the last trial? Hold on. I don't know what to make of that. Pocket was definitely not ripped. Somebody been tampering with the evidence in the last, maybe no boxers out of respect for John, yeah. Or were they ever tested for vomit?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, there's the belt.
You can return that to the back, sir. Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
They were all in the same bag. That was trial one.
objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Pocket looks intact to me. Thank you, Bev Sidebar. Carmen says, I don't understand how the defense fails to ask about the fact that the jeans were not ripped in the bar camera footage, but they are ripped in evidence. Well, was he holding the pocket together? I mean, well, they're not done yet, Carmen. They still have time. They still have time. And so we'll get a smoke signal over there so that hopefully this will get out. You think the jeans were inside out today? Yeah, but we saw the pocket that was flipped over like it was ripped. Sidebar Buffs, thank you for your super sticker. Sandy says, when John was walking out of the last bar before going outside, he was carrying a tall glass. Brennan made the video so light you couldn't see it. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, hates me. I gotta thank everybody. My mother always told me you have to write thank you notes. You have to thank people. Gotta thank everybody. I would not be a good girl if I wasn't thanking everyone who sent me a super chat and a Venmo and a nice donation for the Twins College Fund. Sidebar Buffs, episode 54.1. I got it. I got it. Which house? 34 Fairview was not that clear. Yeah, he didn't know. Not my 5 vacation days. Oh, excellent job on the username. Excellent job. Which house? It's strained credulity, Miss Marple. I missed most of today, so I will be catching up this evening. I'm still laughing about the reference to Lady Macbeth from the AM. Oh, that's just one of the references, Miss Marple. She's also known as Kim Don Canone, Under Her Eye. Somebody said, what is Under Her Eye? That's a Handmaid's Tale reference. For those of you who don't watch The Handmaid's Tale, or for those of you who do, did you watch this week's video? I mean, this week's episode yet? Oh, Serena's wedding is going to be good. I can't wait for Serena's wedding. Jen McCabe's Choose Your Own Adventure story. No, I think the jeans were inside out today. I just don't know. I genuinely just don't know. Lindsay, thank you for a matcha latte. Oh, she got one today and she thought of me. Thank you. Lana is here. She sent me Michael Proctor's termination order. Let us see. Let us take a look. Oops. Let me see. I mean, they're going to have to use this, right? All right, where did you go? Michael Proctor's termination order. No. Says findings of the trial board, January 15th. Okay, here you go right here. This occurred when Trooper Proctor, while assigned as the lead investigator in a homicide investigation, sent derogatory, defamatory, disparaging, and or otherwise inappropriate text messages about a suspect in that investigation to other individuals. There you have it. The Massachusetts State Police termination order is calling him the lead investigator too. So they can try and get away from it as much as they want, but how can they really? How can they? It's disgusting. The whole thing is gross. There's a bunch of coffees in here, so let me get to those. Thank you, Amy. Stephanie, thank you so very much for your very generous Venmo. Says we're outraged and demand justice, real justice, and where are John O'Keefe's damn socks? So true. Kelly, thank you for your Venmo. Free Karen Reed. There's so many things on Twitter to talk about. Michael, thank you for buying a matcha latte, trying to figure out how to send questions to you on the air. Well, this will work. So I'm spending my second season with you. Great commentary. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you so much. Well, Alicia says about Yuri's vacation days. He has 20 days a year given to him. He has worked as a trooper since 2011. So 5 days vacation was just a little slap on the wrist. Well, this happened earlier today. Turtle Boy tweeted this at about 2 p.m. I tried asking John DePetro why he continues to lie so much about what's happening in court. He called the police on me, claiming that it's against the law and FCC policies to interrupt one of his broadcasts. Well, I can't wait to see how that turns out later. That's insane. Oh, man. I mean, it just never ends. It never, ever, ever ends. Thank you, Alicia, for sending that. Oh, that was Alicia? No, that was Stephanie. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Tony, for 3 matcha lattes. Brid, for a matcha latte, watching since trial 1 with you. Collusion, collusion, collusion. Ain't that the truth? It is the truth. Carrie, thank you so much for your Cash App. I appreciate you so much. You guys are emailing me like crazy today. I hope I have time to go through all these at some point later. All right. I think I thanked everyone. Kelly, Thank you. Says, love watching the trial with you. Your commentary gets me through my crappy work days. Thanks for all you do. Thank you for all you do for being here. Is anybody live that you want to go do a cupcake invasion on? It's weird though, because some people don't allow it. And so we can't invade people. Terry says, thank you and the mods a million times. Regarding the nonverbal communication the other day between Bev and Hank, can that be considered ex parte communication? I don't know. A lot of other people have been talking about it. I know Larry, the DUI guy, went off on it. With one Mark and I talked about it, not today, but during the last stream that we did. And with one camera angle, it's kind of hard to prove, but there are a lot of people screaming about it. And so the defense might have brought it up during sidebar if they saw it. Yes, absolutely. I agree. Mark will be on at 6. With who? With who? There's an anonymous matcha latte in here who loves watching it with me. Makes me laugh every time you say your head popped off and is rolling down the street. It's the only really way that I can think of to describe this inside out, upside down. Shonda. Cindy bought 5 matcha lattes. Yuri was presidential detail in California. Yeah, insane. Mark, thank you for the matcha latte. Appreciate you. Ithaca is also a great college town, he says. Yep. So hope the jury's paying attention and smart enough to understand all the subtitles. Denise bought 5 matcha lattes. Says a great day for the defense. I agree. Andrea is still going. Yeah, I don't think she allows it. I don't think it's possible for me to send you over there. People need to check a certain setting in their Andrea will be going for 4 more hours. He's going to be joining shortly. I thought somebody said 6 o'clock. Andrea has the patience of a saint. She stays on for like 4 hours after her stream and like talks because she doesn't interrupt. I think she doesn't really interrupt the stream, right? And so she does everything afterwards, and then it goes on for like another 4 hours. So I would suggest that if you're still itching for more coverage of what happened today, head on over to Andrea Burkhart's channel. She's my girl. I love it with all of my heart. Tell her I sent you. Tell her husband Jeff I said hi too. We were at the Dead and Company shows at Vegas Sphere together a couple weeks ago. So there's that. I'll see if Young Jerks will allow it. Let me see. Hang on a second. Because it is a nice thing to do a cupcake invasion. 3 p.m. Oh, so it's not until 6. So it's still an hour away. So go to Young Jerks, go to Andrew Burkhart, wherever you go. Just tell him I sent you. On Top is only allowed here in the garage. And Dawn Christensen became a new member. Thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy today. It's really, really, really hard to handle this case because it is so divisive and there are so many trolls out and they just want to come in and disrupt the whole. Mark canceled? Okay. Disrupt the whole entire everything. Thank you to the moderators. You guys really, I couldn't do this without you. Thank you to all of you, because without all of you, I would be screaming at my television, screaming into a closet. And I know that you have so many places to choose to watch your coverage of the Karen Read case. And I am so honored and privileged and grateful that you choose to spend your whole entire days with me. It was 8 hours today. It was 8 hours yesterday. It'll be 8 hours tomorrow. And love you guys. I'll see you soon. And as I always say, please do all the YouTube things that YouTube likes, like, hit the like button, comment, share the stream out, let people know to come here and join us. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay calm. Peace out. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Make sure you have the bell set for all notifications and you subscribe because it's free and then you can chat. Peace out.